This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the virtual kickoff to the DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management's Regional Carbon Management Applicant Education Workshops. My name is Alex Krauka, and I'm a consultant with the U.S. Energy Association on our Consensus program. For those of you who may not know, the Consensus program educates the public policymakers, industry, and other stakeholders, and builds a consensus on the uses of and requirements for CCUS and other carbon management technologies, such as carbon dioxide removal, blue hydrogen, rare earth elements, or sustainable development of rare earth elements and critical minerals, and many adjacent technologies, methane emissions reduction, and the like. This program is a cooperative agreement with the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, and that is the reason for us organizing today's event. Through our program, we accomplish our work through briefings and webinars such as today's, workshops such as the ones that we will be discussing and hosting in Columbus, New Orleans, and Salt Lake City. We also put out a series of reports throughout the year, as well as a monthly news clips to help keep our stakeholders informed as to what is happening in the world of carbon management. If you would like to subscribe to our mailing list, please feel free to email my colleague Michelle Littlefield at mlittlefield@usea.org. Quick logistics notes for today. This meeting or this webinar is being recorded, and we will post the recording to the event page either tomorrow or early next week. Our attendees are muted. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to use the Q&A or chat box. And also a note that this meeting is being transcribed for note-taking and workshop summary purposes. We have an absolutely packed agenda today. Very excited for just a really dynamic, awesome group of speakers. So I'm not going to waste any more of anyone's time. I'm going to pass it on to the Acting Executive Director of the U.S. Energy Association, Sheila Hollis, to give a few words about USCA and the work that we do. So with that, Sheila, take it away.
Thank you so very much. And it's a tremendous honor to be with you and to be participating in this outstanding and very complex program, which has taken a lot of dedication by DOE and your hard work, Alex, too, let me say. It is a tremendous opportunity to think about one of the major issues of the day and to look forward to solutions to the issues of carbon. Just got off a worldwide conference a few moments ago on that very topic. And you're with the right place, right time to discuss such an incredibly significant issue. A little bit about United States Energy Association. We've been around approximately 100 years, and we do two things. First, we convene and help bring information to the world, basically, but focused a lot on the United States situation, but also worldwide. We've worked in 104 countries throughout the world with USAID, with the State Department, with the Department of Energy to make energy more accessible, affordable, safe, to help in the training of individuals involved in the energy world in those countries. We've had a tremendous amount of effort in Eastern Europe. We are quite obviously watching and worrying about what's going on in Eastern Europe right now, but we have invested an enormous amount of effort in Eastern Europe, in Africa, Asia, throughout the world, basically, working with the US government along the way. So it's a tremendous honor to be here with you. We are not a huge organization, but we work with consultants and thinkers throughout the world, both government and non-governmental players. And our hope is to bring and enable more information to flow on the most topical and significant issues of our day, including carbon capture. So it's an honor to be with this very distinguished group, and I thank you for participating, and I thank all of our participants in the program overall for their tremendous efforts. And Alex, thank you. So with that, I will turn it back over to Alex, and you take it from here. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. I'm going to pass it over to DOE's Tracy Radosta for a quick disclaimer on today's webinar, as well as the upcoming workshops that we have.
Thank you, Alex. And again, welcome everyone to the Regional Applicant Education Workshops. As always, DOE would like to begin reminding everyone that the purpose of today's meeting is to ask for your input regarding the applicant education workshop topics. To that end, it is most helpful to us if you provide us, based on your personal experience, your individual advice, information, or facts regarding this topic. It is not the object of this session to obtain any group position or consensus. Rather, the Department of Energy is seeking as many recommendations as possible from all individuals at this meeting. To most effectively use our time, please refrain from passing judgment or other participants' recommendations or advice, and instead concentrate on your own individual experiences. Thank you very much for attending, and I will pass this back over to Alex.
Thank you, Tracy. And with that, and if I can just ask all of our presenters to mute themselves, and I will pass it over to our next speaker, Acting Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy and Carbon Management at the U.S. Department of Energy, Dr. Jennifer Wilcox.
Great. Thank you so much, Alex, and thanks, Sheila, and also thank you, Tracy. Can you all see my screen okay?
We can.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. Really excited to talk about the topic of carbon management, and just going to give a start here to give you an overview of our Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Many of you probably know that we updated the title of our office on July 4th to include two very important words, carbon management. And we also completed a reorganization of our office that was complete on September 12th over the past year. And along with that reorganization, we also completed a strategic vision, and the document was just made public this week. And I think we're going to place it in the chat here throughout my presentation. So if you haven't had a chance to see that and you want to learn more about our office and the mission and all of the things that we're really focused on, then that would be a good thing to download and take a look through. But really what we were doing in our reorganization is aligning all of our efforts, all of our investments, our priorities in really making climate a central part of our vision and aligning with the administration's goals. And these goals being 50% emissions reduction by 2030, CO2 emissions-free power by 2035, and net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And so this is a big part of the priorities that we have. And also throughout this workshop, as we focus on carbon management, you'll hear a lot of these reoccurring themes. Really the priority too is to thinking about not just how we use fossil fuels, but also how they're extracted from the earth today, and minimizing environmental and climate impacts associated with the production, the transport, and the use of fossil fuels. And so when you look at all of our 7 strategic priority areas, specifically, with the workshop on carbon management, focusing on point source carbon capture, so capturing CO2 so that it avoids being emitted into the atmosphere to begin with, carbon dioxide removal, recognizing that this is going to be a critical tool for us to achieve net zero, but really meant to be able to counterbalance the difficult to avoid emissions and also the residual emissions, not to be seen as a tool to offset emissions that can be avoided. And also, what do we do with the CO2 once we capture it, whether it's removed from the atmosphere or avoided? from entering the atmosphere, there's a lot of carbon dioxide that we're going to have to manage on the gigaton scale. We could imagine using it as a chemical feedstock and reacting with clean hydrogen for synthetic fuels or chemicals. We could imagine using it as a chemical feedstock to react with alkaline sources for carbonates or for construction materials. Or we could also looking at geologic storage of CO2 deep underground, or expanding too in our thinking and including mineralization approaches. Also focused on hydrogen production, but using carbon-based feedstocks and again, coupled to carbon capture. But then also it's important to, as I mentioned, how are these fossil fuels extracted from the earth? And so we also have a significant program on looking at fossil waste, either acid mine draining, or it could be mine tailings, and looking at separation of critical minerals and rare earth elements from these waste feedstocks, and also looking at seeing these as opportunities for remediating legacy impacts associated with the industry. In addition, as we extract fossil fuels from the earth, like natural gas, coal, and oil, we recognize that they are not leak tight in terms of methane. And so we have a significant program associated too with the quantification of methane as we produce fossil fuels, in addition to mitigation of those emissions. So that when we think about projects, whether it's carbon capture at a cement plant or at a power plant, we also have to recognize what is the footprint or the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the feedstock and the supply chain that goes into that unit. So very interested in drawing a broad box and being able to understand carefully the carbon accounting. In addition, a lot of our focus as we think about projects is going to include various justice considerations, and you'll hear more about that today. But recognizing that as we invest in R&D and then ultimately in demonstration and deployment, the technologies are being placed in communities, and that we need to be able to understand what the impacts are to communities. And as we make investments, what the benefits that those investments are to leading to communities as well. And so now I'm going to just talk briefly about some of the different areas. Again, as I mentioned, using CO2 as a chemical feedstock for CO2 conversion. One of the key pieces too of this is just very careful life cycle accounting. And this is true across a lot of the various approaches, of being able to understand how much energy goes into the process, what type of energy, what are the emissions associated with the energy, in terms of really being able to, if you're making products in low carbon supply chains, being able to understand what the total carbon intensity is or CO2 equivalent is of these products that we're making. In terms of carbon dioxide removal, just reiterating that we also launched the carbon negative shot back in November. And this is a cross DOE effort, not just FECM, but also the other applied offices across the Department of Energy. And with the carbon negative earth shot, we're looking across a very broad range, all carbon dioxide removal approaches, including direct air capture, including accelerated weathering, including biomass conversion with carbon capture. And so these are all very critical tools, and it's going to take a portfolio in order for us to really achieve the climate targets that we have. And the key to this really is as we look at our annual appropriations and combining those across other applied offices within DOE, that we're investing in the R&D that's going to be essential in order to get to the scale needed. So today, in terms of carbon removal, we're on the order of thousands of tons of CO2 removal per year, and we need to get to gigatons by mid-century. And so that's 6 more zeros, 6 more orders of magnitude. And so what we're hoping to do with the carbon negative shot is over the next decade, invest millions of dollars into this effort in the hopes to getting to increasing the scale needed, at least on the order of millions of tons over the next decade, and also learning by doing as we increase those efforts to hopefully getting under an estimate of about $100 per net metric ton within the decade. In terms of the bipartisan infrastructure law, and so in the provisions, which you can look at the provisions and learn a little bit more, but there's $3.5 billion associated with carbon dioxide removal, specifically on direct air capture hubs, also funding associated with technologies or prizes one at the commercial scale, that's 100 million, and then more lower level TRL, 15 million collectively. And then there's also significant funds associated with carbon dioxide conversion and storage. And so we're very excited about expanding the Carbon Safe program and the work that we're doing in storage, and the provisions outline $2.5 billion associated with that. And also provisions associated with front-end engineering design studies, which is really the first step ahead of a pilot, ahead of demonstration, of really being able to line up partnerships, figure out where the siting is going to be, where the project is going to take place. And so increased funding associated with these FEED studies. And then there's also provisions associated with the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations that we're also really excited about. This is where the carbon capture demonstrations and large pilots at $3.5 billion. And again, it's going to be really important for us to recognize too, that when I go back to the carbon negative shot in that effort, and I kind of skipped over this, with the direct air capture, this is more associated with the demonstration scale, where the carbon negative shot is really the investments at the lower R&D scale. And so really excited about having this funding to see some of the larger scale demonstrations, and those first of a kind demonstrations are going to be the most costly. And so with these investments, we can pay for those first of a kind, and hopefully again, get down the learning curve by learning by doing. So ultimately, after these seeds are invested, the private sector will be able to come in and actually pay for the second of a kind or the third or fourth of a kind at a lower cost than what we have done initially. And the other piece that I'll say in closing here is that we have 3 other workshops that are going to be in person coming up. So I encourage you, if these are in your communities or in your regions, please do attend. It would be very exciting to be able to meet in person. April 13th, Columbus, Ohio. April 19th is New Orleans, and April 26th, Salt Lake City. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it back over to Alex. Thank you again for being here today.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Wilcox. Regarding those 3 workshops that we will, or that your office will be hosting in the next 3 weeks, for those who are everyone attending, when you registered for today's webinar, you should have selected whether or not you'll be able to attend, or whether or not you plan to attend one of those workshops. And I would just like to clarify that if you did select one of those options, we will automatically register you for those workshops based on your answers for today's registration. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to our next speaker, Kelly Cummins, Director and Principal Deputy Director for Clean Energy Demonstrations at the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. Kelly, I believe I am running your slides, so just give me a second here as I pull them up for you.
No problem. And Dr. Wilcox is always a tough act to follow because of her immense knowledge in this area, but I will try my best here. But it's really a pleasure to be here with you today at this kickoff for the Carbon Management Workshop Series. As Alex said, my name is Kelly Cummins. I'm the Acting Director and Principal Deputy Director of the newly established Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. I thought I would use my remarks today to talk about why this new office was established, what our role is in relation to the carbon management demonstrations, how we will work hand in hand with the applied offices like Dr. Wilcox's, and also with the Loan Programs Office. So as Alex pulls up my slides here, I just wanted to go into a little bit of background, and I think this answers one of the questions that I saw in the chat. If you go to the next slide, Alex, thanks. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which was enacted in November of 2021, provides $6.2 billion to the Department of Energy. And with this historic level of funding, it more than triples DOE's annual funding for energy programs, including significantly expanded research and development and these entirely new demonstration and deployment missions. The infrastructure law also authorized and DOE established in December of 2021, the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. So Congress appropriated approximately $21.5 billion to this new office from the infrastructure bill, mainly to support large-scale clean energy demonstration projects. The Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, or OCED, as we are calling ourselves, will build on DOE's longstanding position as the premier international driver for clean energy R&D, expanding our scope to fill that critical innovation gap on the path to carbon-free electricity in the US by 2035 and the net zero economy by 2050. OCED will really help bridge the gap between R&D and the validation of technologies in real-world conditions to provide confidence that the technology works as intended at scale. Alex, you can go to the next slide. I would like to highlight a few of the provisions that OCED is responsible for in coordination with FECM. So the first one is the $2.5 billion for the carbon capture demonstrations. The second is $937 million for carbon capture large-scale pilot projects. We also have about $500 million for industrial emissions demonstrations. And also, if you go to the bottom there, there's about $8 billion for regional hydrogen hubs. And one of those four, at least four regional hydrogen hubs, will incorporate carbon capture. I would also say that OCED is working very closely with FECM and the Loan Programs Office on related and complementary provisions, such as the carbon dioxide storage provision, the direct air capture hubs, and the carbon dioxide transportation infrastructure program that you'll hear more about. Go to the next slide. So what is the mission of this new office? It is really to deliver clean energy demonstration projects at scale in partnership with the private sector to really accelerate market adoption and liftoff of these technologies. The overall goal of these projects is to support the equitable transition to carbon-free electricity by 2035 and the net zero economy by 2050. So how are we going to go about doing that? We have a few key tenets that are guiding our demonstration projects. First, we want to make sure that the demonstration projects are a pathway to technical and commercial risk reduction, addressing technology challenges and driving down the cost curves. That means the projects should target relevant operational environments, scales, and timeframes to validate the performance, cost, and value data. In addition to leading to market adoption and deployment to address greenhouse gas reductions, we also want these projects to help with job creation and also achieving our environmental justice priorities. Also, we recognize that there are risks to scaling up these technologies that might lead some projects to perform differently than as intended. And we expect to learn from all projects. We don't expect every single project to be a success. And if that was the case, we probably did not take enough risk in our portfolio, but we want to make sure that we are learning from every single project. Go to the next slide, please. So we have a few key focus areas over the next few months. First and foremost, we're conducting stakeholder outreach like this session to make sure that we're using the bill funding to buy down the risks that will lead to market adoption. We want to take every dollar that we have in demonstrations and unlock $200 in private sector capital. Also, we are identifying options for maximizing impact. And this is not just impact to greenhouse gas reductions, but also impacts to job creation, impacts to environmental justice. And I think you'll hear more about that in the sessions later today. And then we want to make sure that we are ensuring appropriate front-end planning to account for lessons learned from prior demonstration projects. I think many of you know that the department has had a mixed bag of success when it comes to demonstration projects. So we want to make sure that we are planning adequate time to incorporate your feedback and to perform the due diligence on the projects upfront. Finally, I would say we are creating a center of excellence for demonstration project management oversight at DOE. Right now, we are bringing on resources to ensure that we have the right skill set to properly oversee these large demonstration projects through their life cycle. And I would be remiss if I were not to mention that we are recruiting for these efforts. And on the DOE website, you will see that we are taking applications for our clean energy core for anyone who wants to help us as we implement this historic new scope that we have. That was it for my slides, and I think I'm turning it back over to you, Alex.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Really appreciate that. Next up, we have Jigger Shah, Director of U.S. Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office. Jigger, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Really, thank you for joining, and thank you to FECM and USCA for hosting us today to talk about this critical topic. Carbon management will be a critical component of our decarbonization roadmap to address the emissions we can't fully eliminate. Industry, including the companies in attendance today and attending the regional roundtables over the next few weeks, will lead the way on building the carbon management infrastructure we need. The Biden-Harris administration and the US Department of Energy believes that government plays a critical role to play in enabling the scale up of a national carbon management infrastructure. In addition to the carbon management bill provisions that Kelly and Jen just described, LPO will be supporting FECM in standing up and operating the CIFIA program to build out the nation's carbon dioxide transport infrastructure. We have $2.1 billion of appropriated money to the CIFIA program that will translate into $25 to $35 billion in loan authority to build out large common carrier transport infrastructure like pipelines. And we're working closely with FECM on standing up the program, and you'll hear more from our office later on what it'll look like when it launches. LPO also has billions of dollars in existing loan authority through our Title 17 authority that can be directed towards carbon capture and negative emissions projects. In fact, we just received $4 billion of such applications this last month. LPO will have a presence at the in-person regional carbon roundtables coming up over the next few weeks. And we're looking forward to learning about planned projects and hearing from industry on what it will take to build out the critical carbon management infrastructure our country needs. So thanks very much. And with that, I'll pass it back to Alex from USCA.
Great. Thank you so much, Jigger. There are a couple of questions in the chat here regarding our future workshops and whether all the workshops will be the same or whether they'll be the same as today's webinar. I just want to make a quick clarifying note on that. The in-person workshops will be full day versus our half day webinar here. There will be, I would say, some additional information shared in those workshops, as well as more regionally tailored information at those workshops, and some more kind of regional or regionally specific speakers as well. So while a lot of the subject matter will be similar, they will also be different from what we are doing today and different from each other. So I hope that answers everyone's questions in that regards in the chat. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Emily Gruber, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, to discuss the importance of responsible CCUS to decarbonization.
Great. Thank you so much, Alex. And thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to expand a little bit on some of the stuff that we've talked about already today to really talk about why we're actually having the carbon management conversation in the first place, and really where we see this going as part of a real drive toward decarbonization. As Alex mentioned, I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Carbon Management, which is the R&D office within fossil energy and carbon management that really is driving a lot of these provisions around mitigative carbon management, carbon storage, and carbon dioxide removal. So I know we've seen this slide already, but I think one of the emphases that I want to really make is that this is incredibly important to the way that we're thinking about carbon management within DOE and specifically within FECM. The Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management really is oriented around driving toward full decarbonization of the power sector by 2035, a net zero emissions economy by no later than 2050, and then this interim goal of 50% economy-wide emissions reductions by 2030. Where carbon management comes into this conversation is really in thinking about where there are opportunities to evaluate technologies that really focus on managing CO2 specifically as it emerges as an emission or as it is in the atmosphere to ensure that we can get toward these really, really important goals. The CO2 emissions-free power sector by 2035 goal is the really immediate target that has the most aggressive zero goal. Obviously, the 50% emissions reduction by 2030 is a little bit earlier, but also expands across a lot wider of a sector. So when we think about CO2 emissions-free power in particular, one of the really, really important things that we see as a role for carbon management is determining to what extent we can actually get to those levels of performance in the power sector. The office has been supporting CO2 capture and storage on power plants for quite a long time, actually. And so we have a lot of information about what these things actually look like. Moving forward, what we really want to be able to tell is how much can these technologies that we know a lot about based on pilots and some early demonstrations really get us to the CO2 emissions-free power sector goal. And so as we move
Emily,
into—
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're still on your title slide.
Oh, no. Did that advance it?
That advanced it, yes.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we usually use Teams, and so I'm a little bit weak on Zoom sometimes. Thank you for the flagging. But overall point just basically being, we really do want to ensure that as we think about carbon management, that we think about it in the context of responsible deployment that really gets us toward these decarbonization goals. And as such, we're going to be thinking very, very carefully about what the performance that we need to demonstrate with these programs actually looks like. It's very exciting that through the infrastructure law, we're going to be able to actually focus on demonstrations and really seeing what these systems how these systems perform in practice. And I think what you will also be seeing from us, aside from sort of the technical specifications and what we really need to see from a performance perspective on that side, is an understanding of how they perform in the context of a potential commercialization. So what are the social requirements that we have for these projects? What are the actual context that we need to consider as we start to see these get demonstrated so that we can tell whether they actually are going to be able to deliver what we need them to. With the net zero emissions economy by no later than 2050, this is something that really, really drives our focus on mitigative carbon capture and storage in the industrial sector, as well as carbon dioxide removal. And I think one of the things that's really particularly exciting about a lot of the programs that we're working on right now is this focus on how do we get to net zero? How do we get to zero or as close as we possibly can to zero? And then how do we deploy CDR responsibly in order to get to that net zero place? One of the things that we talk about a lot in our new strategic vision, which is in the chat from earlier, is this whole notion that there are multiple stages of what we need to be able to do on the road to decarbonization. And some of that looks like mitigation, some of it eventually looks like removal, but what we know is that we need to get as much mitigation work done as possible, as quickly as possible. And with that, as we kind of move forward, really understanding where the opportunities for that mitigation are, and then how the CDR can ultimately support that is really critical to the way that we enact our programs. To also kind of focus again on this notion of deep decarbonization alongside justice as we move forward, I want to really emphasize that we recognize that this is a nascent space. So we see ourselves as having been in the carbon management space for a very long time. Again, we've been doing this type of research for about 20 years, but we also recognize that in practice, as it is deployed, carbon management, both for mitigation and for removal, is relatively nascent. As such, we have really an immense responsibility to ensure not only that these projects are able to perform, but also that they are the appropriate technologies to deploy in the areas where they can actually make a big difference, and that they fit into the justice requirements that we have for programs. So increasingly, I think you'll see us talking quite a lot in our strategic vision and elsewhere about this notion that we actually really need to evaluate how these projects are really being implemented. And again, it's not just about whether they are technically functional. It's also about really evaluating them in the context of what the alternative decarbonization pathways might look like, And then also really trying to understand what the institutional structures, ownership structures, and access to opportunities might look like. This looks like good paying jobs. This also looks like a diversity of companies being able to participate. And it looks like really trying to ensure that the projects that we support and that the industries that we're helping to shape with some of these demonstrations are really cognizant of some of the conditions that exist in places that will be hosting this infrastructure and elsewhere. We hope, in particular, with some of the projects that are likely to grow out of a lot of the demonstrations we'll be doing over the next several years, to really demonstrate the opportunity to not only correct kind of historical climate impacts from fossil fuels, but also to use opportunities that we have to synergistically provide additional benefits. And so really thinking very carefully about what it means to demonstrate something that achieves both decarbonization and justice is very important to the way that we're thinking about this. To get back to the overall topic of this talk, actually about responsible deployment of carbon management as well, one thing I do want to emphasize is that we recognize that there are a lot of situations where we are likely to see carbon capture and storage or carbon dioxide removal really being the major way that we're going to achieve our decarbonization goals. As we say in a lot of spots, including on this slide, our mission is really to address the hardest to decarbonize applications in the electricity and industrial sectors, which includes legacy emissions management ultimately. But we also recognize that in many, not in many, in all cases, we're really talking about pollution management. And this is something where in a very successful world, it is applied in a targeted way that achieves its goals in a, again, sustainable and just way to the extent that that is possible, without necessarily having a mission to make this as big of an industry as we possibly can. We recognize that for carbon dioxide removal in particular, there is so much accumulated CO2 in the atmosphere that there is likely to be a huge amount of growth required there. But especially with some of the mitigative work that we're doing, we need to know how these technologies work. We need to know how they work in practice. But the goal ultimately is to create as much of it as we need, rather than as much of it as is possible. And so when we think about responsible deployment, a lot of the conversation is about what we need to do and where we need to do it on the timescales that we need to see it actually happening. And I think a lot of the demonstration work that we're going to be doing is going to emphasize really showing where these types of technologies can be very successful. And so we're really looking forward to this opportunity basically to show that we can play a really critical role in the decarbonization transition. We think about carbon management more broadly. So both carbon capture, utilization, and storage for mitigation, and carbon dioxide removal, which includes things like direct air capture, but also a lot of other potential pathways. These are really technologies and pathways that we're interested in because of this ability to facilitate deep decarbonization. I know I mentioned this a minute ago as well, but really the goal here is to create as much of this as we need. And we do think that we are going to need quite a bit of it, but the goal is not, exponential growth for the sake of growth. It is really to deploy it in a way that helps us achieve these decarbonization goals and to meet some of the performance standards that we have. Some of the actual goals that we see coming through and things that we're really working on pretty aggressively include things like reducing the cost of carbon capture and increasing the rate of carbon capture, particularly for things like the power sector, where we know we need essentially full decarbonization in a little over a decade. We really want to make sure that we're looking into ways to get to that close to zero emissions. So, when there have been efforts maybe in the past in the very early stages of this technology to think about, can we get to 20% emissions cutting, those types of things. We're really trying to see whether there are opportunities to get to very, very deep levels of decarbonization. This applies to industry as well. We realize that there's a lot of diversity in both the power sector and the industrial sector, but really a lot of what we're doing is trying to evaluate the cost of capture associated with getting all the way to full decarbonization. For carbon dioxide removal, similarly, a lot of the cost issues are similar, but what's kind of interesting is that in this case, there's a little bit more of a balance between cost and the total rate of capture. For mitigation, we actually want to get as much of the CO2 as possible, whereas for atmospheric removal, this is something where balancing that cost with total removal is a little bit more of a focus. So you don't need to completely deplete CO2 in the atmosphere to be useful locally. And so thinking a little bit about some of the differences between mitigative capture and carbon dioxide removal is important just in that context of really trying to understand what the performance goals are. But in general, we focus a lot on these types of issues and then really think very carefully about design and demonstration for these processes. Once you actually have caught the CO2, the big question is then what you do with it. And we have two really significant areas that you see through both of our program and through the infrastructure law, really focused both on conversion of that CO2 to something that keeps it out of the atmosphere, or to geologic storage, where we can sequester it out of the atmosphere permanently. When we think about low carbon supply chains, this is a place where those conversion activities can potentially be very helpful. So thinking about how we turn CO2 into products like aggregates, potentially into chemicals, and for atmospheric carbon into fuels. And then really thinking also about solid carbon products that might be relatively high value and also provide an opportunity to do something with that CO2. Ultimately, we know that for both mitigative carbon capture and for removal-oriented capture, we are going to need really significant storage in order to achieve the deep decarbonization that we know we're driving toward. And so a lot of our work, again, both in our general programs and then also with the infrastructure law, focuses on optimizing geologic storage and ensuring that we have this really critical unlocking mechanism to facilitate the keeping the CO2 out of the atmosphere component of this. So we know that geologic storage is applicable to lots and lots of different types of CO2 streams. And so as we think about what the future of carbon management looks like, part of this notion of really trying to drive toward responsible CCUS for decarbonization is thinking about that balance across different types of sources and where we need to see storage. So also really, really excited about a lot of the work that we're doing to show that storage is possible and available for many of these different types of CO2 streams. One of the other big things that I think is part of the reason why we're so excited about the demonstration work that's going on is because carbon management addresses a lot of really diverse sources of CO2. And the CO2 concentration specifically, as well as the other stuff that's in the gases that we're dealing with, really affects technical and cost challenges quite a lot. As a government program really focused on carbon management, we see a huge part of our role in being really increasing the transparency of how these technologies work, what their costs are, and then what the other associated impacts might look like. So we care a lot about things like co-benefits, to the extent that we see that carbon capture with storage can actually result in reduction of other air pollutants. That's something that we're very interested in. We're also really interested in ensuring that we understand what the potential disbenefits of these projects might be so that we can really think about designing programs to mitigate those. So the goal really is to reduce harms that are already out there or are ongoing, and then also really try to avoid creating additional harms as well. And so as we really move toward this demonstration phase of our work, this is going to give us a huge opportunity to see how these projects work in practice and give us a lot of space to really think very carefully about where there are opportunities to change things, to tweak things, and go do more work to ensure that we're actually doing this both in a responsible way and in a way that is suitable to commercialization longer term. But that means that we have a lot of different opportunities to test things in pretty different contexts. So the work that we've done over the last couple of decades has really focused largely on coal-fired power, which is sort of in the 11 to 14% CO2 range. That looks quite different from some of the work that we're really moving into now in terms of gas-fired power, which is about half that concentration. And then again, direct air capture that's much, much lower. So this is the 400 ppm in the atmosphere is basically what you're dealing with there. On the industrial side, we've got a lot of really very diverse CO2 streams that we may be dealing with, some of which are quite pure. And so I know there was some discussion in the chat earlier about projects that we've done with ethanol in the past, really taking advantage of this very pure CO2 stream. As we move further down into more diverse industrial sources, things like cement plants are quite a bit lower concentration than what we've seen with ethanol, but are higher than what we've seen in coal-fired power. Similarly, as you look around other parts of the industrial sector, there's a big diversity of what these flue gases actually look like that affect how we're thinking about really what these technologies could do. And I think one of the big priorities that you'll see in the language associated with the law is really trying to understand where there's opportunities for modular and flexible types of capture that are going to allow us to really deploy technologies where they need to be deployed at a wide variety of scales and for a wide variety of applications. Then just briefly, let me talk a little bit about, again, what the role of responsible carbon management looks like well into the future. I think one of the kind of guiding lights that we see, and you'll see this in our strategic vision again, if you want to read that, is the role of carbon dioxide removal in achieving net zero goals. Net zero has become a really important concept in a lot of policymaking and in a lot of corporate commitments and a lot of other conversations about decarbonization. And it's really about this notion that there are some emissions that are very, very difficult to mitigate, potentially impossible to mitigate, in order to really get to this point of net zero so that we're no longer affecting the temperature of the atmosphere with ongoing emissions. Carbon dioxide removal is important both for compensatory removal that really addresses those emissions that can't be avoided, but then also longer term for getting beyond net zero and into net negative to try to really address the fact that we have a lot of legacy emissions in the atmosphere already. So with the programs that we see coming through the infrastructure law, we'll be focusing a lot on direct air capture with this carbon dioxide removal mission in mind. But I think one of the really exciting things that we see is that there are a lot of ways to address carbon dioxide removal and a lot of things that we still have an opportunity to evaluate to see whether they meet our technical and justice requirements. This really gets into the carbon negative shot. This is something that Dr. Wilcox mentioned earlier, but just to kind of reiterate, when we think about where we're trying to go over the next 10 years, and some of this demonstration work is going to be oriented in this way, we're really trying to understand how the carbon dioxide removal industry might develop in a way that is both responsible and large enough to be responsive to the climate crisis. One of the real huge goals here is to understand how expensive carbon dioxide removal might be, and then also really where it's something that we can apply in a way that gets us first to net zero and then potentially longer term to net negative. Because of that, we've put forward a cost goal that we're going to be watching very carefully as we see more demonstration and more deployment of some of these pathways. But ultimately, we're trying to get to a less than $100 per net metric ton of CO2 equivalent for the full chain of removal. So that includes capture all the way down through permanent storage. This relies really heavily on robust accounting of life cycle emissions. And I think this is something else that you'll hear from us a lot related to carbon management, is that we care deeply about these life cycle emissions, not just for the removals, but also for the whole chain, to really make sure that when we put technologies into the world, that they're doing what we need them to do. For carbon negative shot specifically, we're also looking to really try to understand the costs for monitoring, reporting, and verification. So with some of these pathways, we know that we're going to have to kind of watch what it looks like to ensure that that durable storage is really happening. That's sometimes costly depending on what the mechanism of storage looks like. And so we really want to make sure that we're making that transparent as well. And then ultimately, really enabling necessary gigaton scale removal with some of these CDR pathways is a huge goal. Particularly with the direct air capture hubs, we're trying to look at some very early stage pathways that haven't really been demonstrated before and really think about how we can foster them and really nurture them up to the point where we again have this responsible and responsive industry available to us. But long term, when we think about responsible carbon management, that mitigation first, and then also removal, having that available to really get us to deep decarbonization and beyond to address the climate crisis is crucial. And as we think about the real mission and the real mandate that we have to demonstrate not only that these things work, but that they can be done in a way that really fosters justice, both locally and globally, this is going to be a huge guidance for us over time. So we're really excited about the work that we're going to get to do with these programs. We're really excited that you're here and interested. And again, please do check out our strategic vision, and we really appreciate you spending some time here. So I will stop and turn it back over to Alex. I'm not sure if we have time for questions.
Great, thank you so much, Emily. We are going to hold off on questions. There are so many coming through that we will do our best to post them afterwards. And it's just a reminder that I think everyone should, if they can, join us at our in-person workshops. A lot of great conversations and debate going on in the chat. And I think it would be that much more valuable for that to happen in person. So if possible, please join us in Columbus, New Orleans, or Salt Lake City. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Sally Benson, Deputy Director for Energy in the Office of Science and Technology Policy in the Executive Office of the President to discuss CCS in the U.S. energy ecosystem and policy. Sally, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Anyway, I'm thrilled to be here. It's so exciting to hear about all the important and excellent work that the Department of Energy is doing and the team in fossil energy and carbon management. So I was asked to talk about CCS in the U.S. energy ecosystem and policy. As you heard, I'm in the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and our role is to focus on innovation for the energy transition. So I wanted to start with a little history in thinking about the ecosystem and sort of the evolution of how we think about carbon capture and storage and carbon dioxide removal. Because as you've heard, the Department of Energy has been working on this for a long time, but it actually even has a history before that. So looking back to the 1970s in response to the first energy crisis that at least many of us were aware of, is that there was a big effort to increase oil production with CO2 enhanced oil recovery was invented in those years. And to do CO2 enhanced oil recovery, you needed CO2. So that is some of the earliest work in sourcing CO2 from both natural sources, but also industrial sources, particularly in gas cleanup operations. So much of the science and technology really got started then. So we fast forward to the 1990s, climate change awareness is increasing. The Norwegians had some very progressive policies about CO2 emissions reductions, and that really kicked off CO2 capture and storage, primarily driven by the need for reducing emissions of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, the very famous Norwegian project that continues to this day, capturing about 1 million tons a year of CO2 and pumping that deep underground below the seabed in the North Sea. So momentum started to gain in the 2000s, and in particular, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change did a special report on carbon capture and storage. Sort of the bottom line was there was significant potential and that there was a high confidence that capture sort of at the scale of 2,000 gigatons would be possible over the coming century. It really put CCS on the map. A lot of governments, including and especially the US government, began to support research in this area. So moving on to the 2010s, there was a clear recognition that there are certain sectors of the economy that were going to be difficult to eliminate emissions, these so-called hard to abate sectors that you've heard about, and these need CCS. Second, very important recognition was we really need to get to net zero. It used to be thought you could have sort of residual emissions and you could still manage, stabilizing climate. Now we know that's not true. And that set the stage for recognition that carbon dioxide removal is also going to be needed. And throughout this period, we began to see an acceleration of global deployment of carbon dioxide capture and storage. So that sets the stage in terms of how we think about it over time. What I'd like to do now, really for the rest of my remarks, is to focus on what might we need this technology, and in what sectors of the economy are we likely to use it the most. And it's very timely to do this. Is the first I would like to talk about is sort of a global picture of the role of CCS. So again, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change just published their Working Group 3 report that's on climate change mitigation, or I think about climate change solutions. And the graph on the left shows a number of pathways. These are global CO2 emissions. And what you can see that if we want to get on this desirable 1.5 degrees C, limit warming to 1.5 degrees C, we need to start reducing emissions now with very significant reductions out to the 2050s. That's the blue line on the bottom, the greenish line, that would be a pathway to 2 degrees C. Again, it's slightly less aggressive, but nevertheless, very rapid reductions. The one above that is a scenario where we limit warming to 2 degrees C, but then we really use carbon dioxide removal to get back after overshoot down to 1.5. And the red area up there is sort of trend of globally current implemented policies, making the point that, you know, we've got to accelerate and begin these emissions reductions much faster than we're going to do if we're going to have hope of achieving these targets of 1.5 to 2 degrees C warming. Okay, so very helpful in this report. They provide the results of many hundreds and hundreds of modeling runs over a wide variety of scenarios, which allow us to assess under these various pathways to net zero. What kind of CO2 capture and carbon dioxide removal will be needed. And these are just some summary statistics. Again, this hot off the report, hot off the press report. And let's focus first on the left panel. What we can see is for 1.5 degrees C world globally, we expect a range. This is a range reflected over these wide variety of model scenarios, anywhere from about 500 to about 900 gigatons of CO2. So to put this in perspective, that's about 100 times current U.S. emissions at the high end, at the low end actually, and more than that. Above that. So very, very significant amount. If we look at the overshoot scenario, that's the second one. Again, very significant CO2 capture needed. 2 degrees C, again, slightly less perhaps, but again, very high. And so basically the point being that these vast array of models also, from a global perspective, this is going to be needed. So if we move over to the right-hand side, this specifically pulls out carbon dioxide removal. And what we can see is that all of the scenarios, again, particularly on the high end, you know, this is going to be a significantly important technology.
Sally, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like there are some weird blocks on your slides. And I'm wondering if it's kind of a
does that help?
Oh, that, yeah, that.
It's not perfect. I know it's somehow our Zoom in the White House Zoom has a little bug right now. I apologize. Yes. Okay. There we go. That should make it better.
we can still see the blocks. If you'd like, I can share my screen, or if you think those blocks will be minimal.
You know, I think that it's minimal. I don't think, I think it'll be okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. So, so on the right-hand side, particularly for the cases where we're trying to recover from overshoot to get back to 1.5, carbon dioxide removal is going to be very important. So that was a big global picture. So now we're going to start drilling in, and that will be the theme as I go through my remarks. Now let's take a look at the United States. So the State Department, together with the Climate Policy Office, the Domestic Climate Policy Office, developed a long-term strategy for the United States to get to net zero by 2050. Again, this was a study that used a variety of models to explore a variety of pathways to get to net zero. And so you can see on the right, this is the scenario that is basically being investigated to look at these pathways. So this is some of the key results from this model. And what this does is it starts to look sector by sector at how we're going to get to net zero. So if we look at the red, that's the transportation. The one right beneath that is electricity. Again, rapid reductions. Beneath that, buildings. And then finally on the bottom, the extent that we're going to need carbon dioxide removal. So I think one thing that has become clear as time's gone on, sorry about my voice, that CCS plays an important role in all of these sectors. So if we look at transportation, for example, if we're going to source hydrogen from natural gas with CCS, that can play an important role. Similarly, many of the biofuel pathways to production pathways include carbon capture and storage to be carbon neutral or carbon negative. Similarly, we can imagine a certain amount of hydrogen that would be useful in buildings, particularly for those applications requiring heat, so perhaps cooking and so forth. Similarly for industry, steel, cement, ammonia, chemicals, aluminum, and so forth. And again, in industry, we can also use hydrogen, again, sourced from natural gas plus CCS. And similarly, in the electricity sector, there are a variety of ways that CCS can help us. So I want to focus for a moment on the electricity sector. You know, this is our biggest short-term target. We're trying 2030 get to 100%, 100% clean energy with zero emissions by 2035. And it's worth spending a moment to looking at this because it, I think, highlights the role that CCS can play in the ecosystem of technologies that will be used to get to net zero. So the green on the top, this is renewable generation. We expect a very rapid growth, significant growth in renewables, energy storage, battery storage today, but other technologies in the future will help make those renewables available more predictably 24/7. Next on the list is nuclear. We've got about 20% nuclear today. Depending upon the scenario, that can either stay flat or grow as we look out to 2050. The next one, though, I really want to draw your attention to is the blue area, and this is fossil fuel with carbon capture and storage. And what this reflects is that when you look at net zero energy electricity systems, that it's very hard to build them unless you have some kind of clean, firm power. Now, certainly nuclear can play that role, but also in particular, natural gas plus CCS can be very valuable for clean, firm power, as could be coal. And then finally, there's also the opportunity for BECCS to help, and then finally renewable gas. So, you know, we don't know exactly what the electricity system decarbonization is going to look like, but we do know pretty clearly that we're going to need clean, firm power, and we need to figure out a way to develop that as we get to net zero, and CCS can be an important pathway for doing that. So, so moving on, this is a summary sort of the big picture from, again, many different scenarios. That's always a theme in these numerical studies or modeling studies. And the bottom line here is that if you look at the this green area here, so this is fossil fuels with CCS. If you look at the bottom here, these red scenarios, this is carbon dioxide removal. So when you aggregate these, that you get between 10 and 20% of our emissions reductions of CO2 will be attributed to the combination of carbon storage, carbon capture and storage, as well as carbon dioxide removal. So again, a critical technology in the portfolio. And as Secretary Granholm's like to say, it's an important one of the silver buckshot. Okay, so that was a nationwide sort of a top-down modeling study. And at the same time, there's some other very interesting studies being done in academia to look at how to get to net zero. And I just like to highlight this one. This is the Net Zero America study. This was done by Princeton University and a group of collaborators at a number of universities. And this one took quite a different approach. It really looked at the geographic distribution of energy resources, energy demands, and match what would it take to get to net zero in a spatially disaggregated way. And I just highlight this graph or this image here, because what this shows us is how much CCS it's anticipated in different parts of the country in order to be able to meet these net zero goals. And you can see that the Gulf Coast area is extremely important, but it's not just limited to the Gulf Coast. There are many other parts of the country where CCS can play an important role. So I'm just going to highlight two different things from this study. One is that they also looked in detail at the pathway to 2050. And what this shows is the total amount of captured CO2 in their studies and how that changes over time from 2030 up to 2050. And if we look at the 2050 year, we see two different scenarios. So E+ means it's a high degree of electrification and with a mix of energy sources. And then the second scenario is a high degree of electrification where renewables are not used so heavily. And in these scenarios, we can see for the US, we have anywhere from about 1,000 to 1,600 million tons per year of CO2. So anywhere from say 20 to 25% of current US emissions for these scenarios. Now we'll get to what all these colors mean again, because that's also interesting. So that's what's shown here. Here are the five different core scenarios that they've run, and they all have names under them, so you can read what they are. But importantly, what this graph shows is which technologies, at least these assessments, believe are likely to be the lowest cost pathways. So if we, for example, look at high electrification, biggest one is opportunity for bioenergy plus CCS to produce hydrogen. If we look at the second scenario, this is a low electrification scenario. So again, a lot of ongoing use of fossil fuels. So here, carbon dioxide, direct air capture becomes very important alongside producing hydrogen from bioenergy. Moving to the next scenario, what we begin to see is a lot of BECCS electricity. So directly using biomass to produce electricity. Again, this gives you negative emissions. Moving over to this scenario, we start to see a significant role for natural gas electricity in addition to hydrogen from biomass and hydrogen and BECCS. And then even this last scenario, which basically has almost no fossil fuels whatsoever, it's very useful to have BECCS hydrogen and also some pyrolysis to make liquid fuels. So again, across all of these scenarios from this sort of bottoms up analysis, we can come up with estimates from about 1,000 million tons per year up to about 1.5. So now I'm just going to talk about one final, another approach to looking at this. Again, and the theme is they're getting more and more granular, looking in more and more detail. This is some work that was done at Stanford University with the Energy Futures Initiative, looking at an action plan for carbon capture and storage in the state of California, with very comprehensive assessment, doing source sink matching, in this case to existing sources of CO2. So it was very much a focus on near-term deployment. And you can see all these black dots are large sources that would be amenable to capture. The green is where you could put the CO2, and the red indicates the pipeline network that would be required to be able to bring the sources to the CO2 to the sinks where it was closest. So that's that. But what I want to focus on here is a little bit about costs. So this is a cost curve, if you're familiar with this. So basically it says that this is the cost. So if it's below this line, it's a negative cost, meaning it's profitable. If it's above this line, it says that it's going to cost you money. And so this study looked at two different policy frameworks added together. One was 45Q. Which you're all familiar with. The second one was California's low carbon fuel standard, which in this study was valued at about $100 a ton. Now that's far below the peak value, but this was a conservative value. And what we can see is that things like ethanol production, things like refinery CO2, as well as hydrogen production, again, associated with transportation. The low carbon fuel standard only focuses on the transportation sector. So all of these things, about 20 million tons a year, could be done cost effectively. As we move to the right-hand side, we see things like cement and power generation, that those are still more costly, and that it points to the need for further cost reductions for these technologies, as well as perhaps other policy frameworks that would enable implementation of those. So I'm going to wrap up now. So, from the climate's perspective, it's really time to get going with these technologies. There are numerous studies using a whole variety of different approaches that make the case that carbon dioxide removal is needed. It's expected to contribute anywhere between 10 and 20% of needed emissions reductions on a global basis. And, you know, I don't want you to focus on any of these scenarios that I said this is going to happen. These are highly uncertain. But the point is that CCS and carbon dioxide removal play an important role in all of them. And what we've learned is that carbon dioxide capture and storage can contribute to almost every energy sector. So it's quite diverse, and it's what it can provide. Certainly cost reductions and technology maturation, which are the focus of these demonstrations, are absolutely needed to realize the full potential. And as we've heard, and I didn't focus on here because I knew there were so many other incredible people who were going to focus on this, is that, you know, addressing justice and equity concerns from day one really must be a central part of project planning. And it's really time to get going because the climate change isn't going to wait for us. So anyway, thanks very much for the opportunity to talk with you. Apologies for my voice earlier, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benson. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Just want to make a quick point. What's being discussed today is just incredibly important, an incredibly important series of topics, and ones where we're dealing with a quickly diminishing time frame. So understandably, there is a lot of passion surrounding the topics being discussed today, and I think by and large that's a good thing. That will drive us forward and allow us to make the changes or innovations needed to deal with a rapidly changing world. That said, I would just like to kindly ask everyone who is commenting in the chat to please keep your comments respectful. We're not. This is not Facebook, and it's not Twitter. So I think we're all serious people here. Very passionate about these topics, and again, that's a good thing. But I think it would behoove everyone to please keep your comments respectful. We can certainly disagree with each other. That's okay, but let's not have any personal attacks. So with that, I am going to pass it over to Kate Gordon, Senior Advisor to Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, to discuss enabling the energy jobs of the future. With that, Kate, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Alex. I'm going to run my own slides, so just give me a second to do that. It's great to see everybody. All right, I am hoping, shoot, it's not letting me, hold on a sec. It's not letting me make it big. Hold on one second. Hold on one sec, let me just fix that.
Not a problem.
It's Zoom covers up the thing that allows you to make it big, which is not the easiest thing in the world. All right, here we go. I think I can do this now. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic, thank you. Hold on, let me just, sorry everybody, get back into the thing. Now it's not letting me get back into Zoom, so that is a problem.
Well, we can
having a Zoom problem today. Is this did that advance, Alex?
Yes, it did.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. I will just go with this. It's great to see everybody. Thank you for, I was here from the beginning, the robust conversations in the chat, the incredible information we've seen so far. I wanted to spend in this beginning of a conversation about really the jobs and economic opportunities potentially around carbon management, carbon removal. I wanted to talk a little bit about work the administration is doing to really ensure that the benefits of the energy transition and this new energy economy we're building accrue both to a group that we've heard a lot about and we'll hear about more in a minute, which is really frontline communities, those kind of most uniquely burdened by the energy economy from fossil fuels, but also those who have really been at the forefront of that economy, really leading the way on producing the energy that underpins our economy and a bit nervous about what that transition looks like. And so I'm going to focus a bit on that energy transition and fossil community aspect of carbon management, and in particular on an interagency work group that the Biden administration set up right at the beginning. This was one of the first executive orders that was signed in this administration, the Executive Order 14008, which interestingly creates both the Justice 40 initiative and the interagency work group on coal and power plant communities and economic revitalization. The goal of this was really to say, look, we have these communities that are going to face significant changes in their economy, and in fact already are in many cases, particularly with coal on the decline, with automation in many cases, with just the inherent volatility of fossil fuels, really looking at those communities and saying, where are the specific opportunities, not just sort of hand waving about clean energy, but the specific opportunities in the energy economy we're trying to build. This is a group of 11 agencies. It is co-chaired by the National Economic Council, the Domestic Climate Policy Office, and administered by Secretary Granholm and my office. And we released an initial report with recommendations in April of last year, which I highly recommend. In that initial report, one of the things that we did was to set an initial priority, really looking at the density of jobs, of direct jobs in fossil fuels as a relationship to overall jobs. The density of those jobs, and that's all fossils, not just coal, but where they exist across the US, and came up with these sort of priority areas. Our first 25 communities of priority were mostly coal communities because of the immediate challenges of plant closures and mine closures. But we're expanding now very directly into looking at oil and gas communities as well. And you'll see this obviously with Kern County there in California, and much of the Gulf Coast, really much more of a focus on oil and gas. And what does that mean that we're doing that focus? The interagency work group has done a significant amount through four key areas. One is stakeholder engagement, a significant amount of webinars and stakeholder engagement, including some very, very direct and specific regions and communities, and some more broad. We have done work on increasing investment into these areas, and I will get to that in a minute. Work on better integrating our own 11 agency federal work so that it's easier to get into the federal system for these areas. And then also a number of things on policy. And I have this slide up because there's some important things we've learned in this work, and I think these will be very familiar to anyone on the call who does economic development or workforce development. You need to think ahead for these transitions, not having planned for a transition when you can see it coming. And in this case, we really can see the energy transition coming across many sectors. Not planning ahead for that can be just really destructive for a community. It can cause lower housing prices. It can cause kind of an undermining of the tax base, obviously job loss. Really important to think ahead. Thinking ahead includes economic diversification, not just, not saying there's some kind of a one-for-one replacement of clean energy jobs to fossil jobs, but thinking about diversifying the economy as we're doing this transition. That may look a lot of different ways. It may look like grid investments. It may look like broadband so you can do more entrepreneurship. It may look like improving the transportation system. So lots of pieces to that. Every community brings different challenges and opportunities. There is no one size fits all. You saw on that map I just showed huge diversity of regions there, and within those regions, a huge diversity of communities. There are no silver bullets. There is no one answer. Community engagement is critical. You can't actually figure out the right solution to a community if you're not deeply engaged with the community. And then, of course, the Biden administration's deep commitment in general to creating not just jobs, but high quality jobs, not just high quality jobs, but high quality jobs accessible to those who often have been left out of our economic transitions in the past. And finally, just basic infrastructure really matters. One of the things we've spent a lot of time with the interagency work group, I want to spend just a minute on before talking a bit more about the infrastructure bill is options for fossil asset repurposing. We actually just did a major webinar on this issue for the interagency work group that's recorded and on our website, and I'll be sharing that web address in a minute. But this is a really, really important thing that we've come to spend a lot of time on. When you're looking at existing communities and where their current jobs are, where their current infrastructure is, where the workforce skills are, it's really important to think about that when you're thinking about what does that transition look like? How can you leverage that infrastructure, those facilities, those workforce skills, as you're thinking about, and sorry, I think my screen might be popping up, as you're thinking about what that transition looks like. And there are multiple opportunities for transition of coal plants, coal mines, and oil and gas wells, as well as refineries, into many of the pieces that you just heard Sally talk about and Emily talk about earlier. Just give me one sec. All right, these are all coal plant examples, but I think it's nice to see examples. Obviously, many of you know about the TerraPower plant in Wyoming, and the nuclear demonstration happening there on a former coal site. This is a restaurant in Pennsylvania that was made out of an old coal site. There's energy storage with solar happening in Massachusetts. Hydrogen, folks are looking very closely at former coal plants. We also see some really interesting work around, for instance, long duration storage and carbon removal in idled and abandoned oil wells. So I think really worth looking at that webinar because it goes into this in detail with multiple examples, but it's just one thing to think about. So another big area that the Interagency Work Group has done has been to try to increase the access to federal dollars and the amount of federal dollars to energy communities across these agencies. And one thing we've done that I think is really important is created this clearinghouse at energycommunities.gov that gives you, for instance, you can find that event I just talked about on fossil repurposing there, gives you this funding spreadsheet of all of the existing funding. You can do searches for that across all agencies, really with a highlight of where are the current opportunities for these communities to get funding from across the federal government to help shore up that infrastructure, to help with the broadband piece, to help with the direct investments into energy transition strategies, to help with worker training and dislocated worker programs, for instance, through the Department of Labor, that can really directly support workers with wage supports, with training, with access to pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs as these transitions are happening. These are programs that exist across the federal government. They're not particularly well coordinated. This is an attempt to help coordinate them and to give that portal into our system. One of the huge new opportunities, of course, is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. You already heard a lot about this, so I'm going to skip over some of the slides I have about where the big opportunities are at DOE. We have $62 billion, 60 new programs coming in through this. I did want to focus on this slide. One thing you see throughout the infrastructure bill, and our team has done kind of an analysis of all the provisions, looking at, where are the opportunities for specific communities? Where are the opportunities to repurpose existing facilities? Where is job training really written in? And these are some important pieces. The bill really puts a pin on, and actually the president has an entire executive order on, getting us back to a place where we're really doing supply chains and manufacturing here in the US. Much of our clean energy investment to date has been deployment focused without sufficient attention on the supply chains. We have seen the impact of that, not only on jobs and qualities of jobs in the US in this sector, but also on disruptions to the supply chain when there's things like COVID or other economic shocks, and increased climate shocks can undermine our clean energy future. How do we think about really building out those supply chains, that manufacturing? And to Emily and Sally's point, how do we think about building out, the pieces of the energy economy that are a little bit tougher? They're challenging. Alex said, their people are passionate about them. We are going to need to think about critical minerals and rare earth minerals. We're going to need to think about carbon removal and hard to decarbonize sectors. What do those projects look like? How do we make sure that they are happening in a way that creates high quality jobs, that really prioritizes worker rights and prioritizes worker pay, and also prioritizes equitable access, so that this is creating broad prosperity across these economies. So these are just some of the programs that kind of put a pin on that in the bill. There's also a significant amount of work, wording in the bill around the workforce, including that all construction projects need to be done under Davis-Bacon or to pay prevailing wage. That's a significant benefit to workers. That's written into the bill. Some of the especially relevant programs, I said that there are a number of programs that focus directly on specific geographies, including energy communities, as well as rural and remote areas. Those are going to be very important when it comes to this carbon removal, carbon management world. There's an entire, you heard about this $1 billion program for rural and remote areas. There are a number of programs specifically focused on communities and energy producing or existing mining areas. That's an area where we really are looking at repurposing existing fossil, because rare earth elements really are possible to get out of coal ash, for instance, and other mine tailings. So it's an exciting opportunity to really do where I see the combination of economic development, real asset mapping at the local level, and investment. And you can find out all of the programs where we have put out requests for information or funding opportunity announcements at energy.gov.bil. That energycommunities.gov website for the Interagency Work Group is also a really important one to bookmark, because it links to this site as well. So this is the site to keep your eye on. Please respond to the request for information. We are doing our best to build these critical pieces on job quality, on equity, on Justice 40 into our provisions, into our DOE's work, but we need to hear your feedback on that. So please respond, please engage. If you have questions, these are our regional specialists at DOE. You can reach them at dl-regional-specialists@hq.doe.gov. You can also find that address on that website I just sent you to. These are the folks for each region who really are your portal in to the DOE with questions. What program, who do I talk to about this program? You know, where do I find information? These are your folks. You'll see we do not have an Intermountain West specialist yet, but we are incredibly lucky to be working very closely with iWest, which is the Intermountain West Regional Energy Transition Initiative. And those folks are deeply engaged across 3 labs, universities, and a number of NGOs on the Intermountain West pieces of the transition, where, as you saw from Sally's map, the geologic sequestration and some of the storage issues are going to be really critical. So that is it from me. That was a whirlwind tour through the Interagency Work Group, some of the bill-related provisions on workforce and economic development. There's that regional specialist thing again for the DOE questions. Energycommunity.gov, please bookmark that. That is a great way into all issues having to do with energy communities, and in particular those workers and those and building out that economic development. So I'm going to stop there and turn it back to you, Alex. Great,
thank you so much, Kate. Really appreciate all the work that you and the IWG are doing. It's awesome to see, and it was great to be part of the webinar last week. Next up, we have Trevor Falk, Special Assistant to the President of the North American Building Trades Union. So with that, Trevor, the floor is yours.
Good stuff, just coming online here. All right, all good. Hi everyone. First, like to start off by thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. I also like to follow up and highlight the good work Kate and her team are doing over there. Some real good things coming out of that working group. My name is Trevor Falk. I'm the Special Assistant to the President for Energy Policy here at North America's Building Trades Unions. NAB2 represents a collection of 14 national and international unions, both here and in Canada, who represent and advocate for about 3 million working men and women. One of the key components of what we do is that our membership is highly skilled and well-trained individuals that come out of a Department of Labor registered apprenticeship. These apprenticeships have been highlighted by the administration and advocated for as a great way to have folks earn while they learn. From day one upon joining these apprenticeships, folks receive good pay, healthcare, and retirement benefits, and we, along with our contractor partners, privately fund about 1,600 of them across the country. You know, we take great pride in them, and I encourage you all to reach out to your local building trades representatives to learn more about these facilities, particularly as we talk about the energy jobs of the future and continue to educate ourselves on how the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law is going to come into play. Our apprenticeships are a key factor in how we continue to train a workforce ready to meet the needs of these nascent industries, particularly as they continue to develop and have really hit an accelerator here since the passage of this bill. We are training people in real time, and it is pretty amazing to see on the ground. Now, as we talk about things like CCUS, hydrogen hubs, and decarbonization in general, I can't stress just how much this work is vital to the future of our country and how strong a role it can play in a just transition for so many that have worked to provide that baseload energy to this country for decades. I'll stay a little more focused on the labor perspective, but we at NABTU do share a huge interest in these technologies, their deployment, the size and scope of the upcoming projects and their development. But that said, we'll stick to what we do best over here. And as we're here to discuss, applications for project funding and the projects themselves, and I have mentioned a just transition. I was mentioned here a number of times. There's one key provision in the infrastructure law that comes to mind, and that is the coverage afforded to much of the energy section in the bill under something called Davis-Bacon prevailing wage. This structure requires that workers on job sites covered by Davis-Bacon be paid a wage which prevails amongst similar trades in similar regions. Davis-Bacon is nothing new to the construction industry, and it has acted as a baseline protection for worker wages for decades. I highly encourage anyone who has questions on how best to learn more about prevailing wage protections to visit the Department of Labor's website. Additionally, if you're curious to see what these wage rates look like for a particular craft in a particular area, you can easily find them listed on the sam.gov, that's SAM.gov website under wage determinations. Since you're on this webinar, I doubt the size and scope of the bipartisan infrastructure law will come as a surprise, but it deems repeating, as we work through this, that we're here to provide the energy jobs of the future. And in order to make that statement true, I recommend anyone applying for these dollars to recognize that we need to embrace two key factors. The first being the previously mentioned Davis-Bacon wage protections, and the second, as Kate referenced, being the President's Justice 40 initiative, where at least 40% of the overall benefits from federal investment in climate and clean energy should go to disadvantaged communities. Many of these disadvantaged communities are located in areas ripe for investment in carbon management technologies or they're in once industrious areas with existing infrastructure that can now serve as locations for various types of projects. NABTU ourselves has continuously worked in these areas to support our membership, and has encouraged the use of things like apprenticeship readiness programs to interest folks there to come into our industry and find their way to the middle class. The combination of achieving the Justice 40 initiative and prevailing wage protections will lend itself to our battle towards making sure folks find those pathways to the middle class. Lastly, I'd like to address the use of project labor agreements. These collective bargaining agreements govern conditions of employment for all workers, both union and non-union, on construction projects. They've been shown to be effective tools for cost control and for meeting timelines. And these agreements can be drafted in a manner to achieve goals like the President's Justice 40 initiative, and can aid in efforts to grow the middle class by engaging local communities, utilizing apprentices, making sure labor and management have open lines of communication to work together to achieve a positive end result. I could go on these topics for a good long while, but I know time is limited. So I'll just end with saying thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity. And we at NABTU just can't express enough how thankful we are for President Biden and the passage of this bill.
Great. Thank you so much, Trevor. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Next up, we have Chris Tracy, Senior Vice President at the Wessel Group.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Chris Tracy. I'm a Senior Vice President at the Wessel Group, and I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak to you today. On behalf of the United Steel, Paper and Forestry, Rubber, Manufacturing, Energy, Allied Industrial, and Service Workers International Union, which is a full name I like to say instead of the more concise and often used steelworkers, not just an attempt to make sure I fill my allotted time, but to make the point that the steelworkers are about far more than steel. I'm going to speak without slides today because, well, I always fall off them anyway. But, a couple of things we've seen on some of the previous presenters' slides is just how much the industrial sector, which is where many steelworkers work, is going to be impacted by the transition to a clean energy economy. Dr. Wilcox and Dr. Gruber both had a slide that 23% of all carbon emissions come from industry, and much of that is in energy intensive industries like cement, paper, chemicals, aluminum, rubber, iron, and steel. And these are all places that are heavily represented by the steelworkers. My colleagues who will be participating in the upcoming regional meetings and I are glad to be able to share our perspective on how the bipartisan infrastructure law can and must be an engine driving the creation of good family supporting jobs, both in energy and in those sectors that are highly energy reliant. We are proud to support the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is, an investment in infrastructure and American workers greater than we've seen in a generation. We're especially supportive of the provisions that we are discussing here today, and will continue to discuss in the upcoming regional meetings, that allow for the decarbonization of the energy and industrial sectors while maintaining and creating jobs for American workers. The steelworkers have long been a leader in the labor movement in ensuring that America and the world meet our climate goals, and strongly believe that the transition to a net zero greenhouse gas emissions economy must be undertaken carefully and with the needs of workers and communities at the forefront. Already heard a lot about the carbon management provisions that were in the law, and we are strongly supportive of all of them and eager to get to work on them. But I'd just like to talk briefly about the importance of two in particular, the point source CO2 capture projects and the hydrogen production hubs with CCUS. These are of particular importance to steelworkers because the energy jobs of the future are not only direct jobs in the energy sector, but also the manufacturing jobs in energy intensive sectors that need viable and scalable CCS solutions to enable them to continue producing necessary products while achieving net zero emissions. Dr. Gruber also mentioned the fact that life cycle emissions are very important in all of these things, and we feel the same way. If we're going to be building a clean energy economy, we want to be doing it with steel, cement that is itself net zero. And where that becomes challenging, there was also been a lot of discussion of hard to abate sectors. And those, again, are highly energy intensive trade exposed industries like steel, cement, and many others where the steelworkers work. And the reason they're so hard to abate is because the actual chemical process of creating these products, especially steel and cement, involves process emissions or carbon emissions that arise from the chemical process to turn iron into steel or turn limestone into cement. As a colleague of mine used to say frequently, you can't legislate chemistry and you can't turn those raw materials into the finished materials without releasing some sort of carbon. So for these industries and others to be able to continue producing iron and steel, which are and will continue to be vital to the global economy, while also achieving net zero emissions, CCS is a crucial, irreplaceable part of the equation. The challenges of CCUS to date are well documented. They've already been documented today. And the steelworkers have long advocated for the need for substantial and consistent funding to allow these processes to be developed, commercialized, and scaled up. Fortunately, we appear to have gotten quite a bit of that now, we as in the nation. We're very heartened that the bipartisan law has provided billions of dollars to achieve this, and we're excited to partner with DOE, and all of those, many of whom are listening right now, who will be using this funding to finally bring our shared vision of viable and scalable CCS to fruition. And as I said before, the development of this and allowing for net zero construction materials like steel, cement, and the rest are really key to unlocking the rest of the puzzle of achieving a net zero economy. As we know, the scale and size of the infrastructure investments necessary to bring this vision to pass will require vast amounts of construction materials like steel and cement. Another colleague of mine likes to say the transition to a clean energy economy is going to be one transitioning from quote unquote energy jobs based on fuel extraction and processing to manufacturing jobs building wind turbines, solar arrays, other clean energy sources that will then be deployed, installed, built, hopefully almost entirely by our friends from the building trades unions. But why we and the steelworkers talk about the energy jobs of the future, we always include the manufacturing jobs in the energy intensive industries. They are the jobs that can and must be done to ensure a successful energy transition. And we must ensure that those jobs are good family supporting jobs for American workers. We are also very supportive of the investment made by the bipartisan infrastructure law on hydrogen hubs, an exciting technology that will contribute to decarbonization of both the energy and industrial sectors, and one that has the potential to show that high-wage union industrial jobs can be retained and created as part of the industrial transformation and technology adoption. in her comments, Kate Gordon talked about the fact that there's sort of no silver bullets or one-to-one industry replacement. That's something that we agree with and we've seen ourselves. But the good news is it's also not 0 for 1. There is, on some level, significant amounts of existing infrastructure that can and be utilized in these hydrogen hubs and other decarbonization projects, from existing infrastructure refineries to existing pipelines to be made hydrogen ready. But most importantly is in the use of the existing human infrastructure in these projects. Many steelworker members work in oil refineries and have transferable skills that can be readily applied to the production, transport, storage, and use of hydrogen in hubs that are co-located at or near refineries across the country. So while there can't be a one-to-one, and there won't be, there can be something between 0 and 1 that will allow for these hubs and the rest of these projects to retain existing energy workforce members and then allow them to build on this for the energy jobs of the future. There's already a very large, robust, highly skilled workforce, and it should be put to work and expanded upon. Because we've seen the impact in communities when steelworker represented manufacturing facilities close, and it's devastating to so many places that depend on these jobs. And of course, we've seen the devastation in coal communities when mines close. We can do better this time, and we must do better. The build out of the hydrogen hubs in this industry has the potential to create the best energy jobs of the future, while ensuring that the existing workforce, and America has the best existing workforce in the world, remains strong. Finally, I know I'm running out of time, and I would just like to stress one last thing, which is the importance of ensuring that the labor movement be a strong partner of the administration and the industry in making all of the myriad investments in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law a reality, including but not limited to the ones we're discussing today. The steelworkers have a long history of working collaboratively with our employers in partnership to achieve our shared goals. We stand ready to do so again, because this is an exciting time when the next generation of energy jobs is going to be created. Those that produce energy, as well as those that produce the materials necessary to produce energy. We appreciate the strong focus the Biden administration has placed on the importance of not only good jobs, but good union jobs, and look forward to continuing to work with the administration and all of you who are watching as we make the historic investments enabled by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Again, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and the United Steelworkers look forward to continuing to be a strong partner in building the energy jobs of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Next up, we have Igrid Gregory, Group Manager at the Oak Ridge Institute for Science and Education.
Thank you. Just one moment while I get my slides set up. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you for including us in this meeting. My name is Igrid Gregory. I am the group manager that leads the teams that manage programs for the Department of Energy. And we want to present of what we are doing to support the different opportunities at the Department of Energy, particularly the Office of FEMC. I need to get used to the new acronym now. All right, so the Oak Ridge Institute for Science and Education is an asset of the Department of Energy. It was founded in 1946 as a university consortia focused on advancing innovative scientific and technical solutions for the Department of Energy. Since 1992, ORAU, who now manages the Oak Ridge Institute for Science and Education, is dedicated to provide a world-class expertise in STEM workforce development, scientific and technical reviews, and providing exposure to students to the facilities that DOE manages. We are proud to say that we have touched over 100,000 lives through our educational experiences. How do we do this? We offer best-in-class experiences focused on 6 core competencies that you can see on my screen that will provide marketable skills for career advances and personal and professional success. We facilitate the interaction with mentors and professionals and to enhance the RISE exclusive training resources and opportunities. Sorry, my screen is not advancing. All right, so specifically, we want to make sure that we have a variety of options for students. So we provide different programs to target different students. I'm sorry, I keep saying students, I should say participants throughout their educational development, with the idea that they are going to be prepared to accept positions in DOE or supporting the DOE mission. We understand that the support and the development of the DOE workforce is not just at DOE, that contractors like myself, faculty, and others in the private sectors will support also the DOE mission. So with that in mind, we provide programs that have diverse disciplines, eligibility, dates and terms, locations. We offer opportunity to conduct research, policy, or STEM support, or what we call operations support, with defined learning outcomes. We facilitate the use of state-of-the-art equipment and cutting-edge technologies at unique world-class facilities. We allow the participants to learn from and collaborate from mentors, staff researchers, and agency leadership. We provide experience, professional development activities and resources that add value and enrich the appointments, and allow the participants to gain experience and learn key skills for career growth, development, and success in the STEM global society. While we focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, we also understand that to see the big picture and to understand all the things that DOE does, it is also that they understand the operations and culture of DOE. So that is an important component of all our programs. All our participants earn a competitive stipend and other provisions such as travel, tuition, and health insurance. And we are developing more and more opportunities for them to connect with peers and alumni and build a community that will help them develop as professionals in the future. So I'm going to do my version of speed dating for our programs. So I'm going to go over several programs that we use to support the FECM office, and just give you a flavor of what we can do and what we are actually doing for this particular office. So we're going to start with the Minority Educational Institutions Student Partnership Program. That is a new program here at ORISE, not a new program at DOE, but here at ORISE. And this program is unique because it allows students from minority serving institutions to be considered for incredibly broad level of opportunities at DOE national labs and offices. These are 10 weeks on site with virtual open options opportunities at different facilities. It also allows students from science, technology, engineering, mathematics, communication, management, business, and law. And this is where we, encourage, students that are not specifically on the STEM areas to come and apply and participate in these programs so they can learn about the operations of, the DOE Department of Energy and the national labs. The next program I wanted to address is the Eoe Scholars Program. This is a DOE-wide program, and it introduces students to the DOE mission, functions, and operations. Similar to the NISA program I just mentioned, this program is also normally marketed for students, but this is open to all students from any academic institution here in the US. It also supports students in different fields and not just on STEM disciplines. And it could offer summer, year-long appointments, and appointments could be in research, policy, or technical. This program allows us also to collect an applicant or build an applicant pool for all the DOE offices that they can select from without having to, develop their own program on their own application. It's just another venue to allow different offices to look at different candidates. The next program I want to talk about is a program that is developed more for postdoctorals, trying to bring science and technology into policy. So these programs, these appointments are normally offered at DOE headquarters. It could be at other facilities, but they are probably at DOE headquarters. They're looking for, participants that are recent grads with different levels of bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degrees, and are looking to apply their technical fields into policy and type appointments. The beauty of this program, it allows the different sponsors to start and end appointments whenever they need to, or there's a project available. So right now, FECM is currently recruiting for positions in this program. The next program that supports FECM office is the programs at the National Energy Technology Laboratory. They have 3 options. These programs are offered only at this lab at NEPA. And as you can see, they, like the other programs I mentioned, they recruit based on the type of students or participants they are looking for. So they have an internship program, they have a postgraduate research program, and a faculty research program, all looking to engage students and allow them to learn about DOE, particularly NEPA. So how do you find out, or how do you get more information about this program? All these programs are at published, opportunities are published in ORI's Syntellect, which is application and management system. Applicants will go here at applicants, and they can search by keyword. And if you're a mentor interested in supporting participants, you just need to check with us on mentors and the mentor section. Finding opportunities is actually very easy. We have opportunities for keyword search, or they can look for specific organizations. In the screen, you have the opportunities that are currently available, not necessarily with this office, but all within the Department of Energy or NEPA, which is the filter I use, but they all are using the word fossil as a keyword. So somewhere in these opportunities, we are saying that fossil is part of what we're looking for. As you can see, there's 9 opportunities currently available. One that I mentioned is specifically with the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, several at NEPA, and actually the loan programs is also recruiting in the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, which also support indirectly the fossil energy and carbon management. One more way that you can find us is through our mobile app. It's called ORI's Go. And applicants can go and download this application, the mobile app, and just stay in touch with events and other opportunities available. Opportunities change day to day, so they can go today and tomorrow we'll have a whole new variety of opportunities available. So we encourage our applicants and interested parties to come often and check what is available. Finally, I'm going to encourage you to visit us at ori.gov. And if you can see participant stories within the ORI's pages, you will see how we're impacting the lives of the participants that are part of our programs. You can also go to syntellect.com to see the opportunities available. And if you have any questions or would like to be added to our distribution list, contact us at experienceoris@orau.org. You can also find us on social media. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Igrid. A couple questions in the chat regarding the rest of our speaker lineup, and I just want to remind everyone that you can find the agenda on our event page, which is at usea.org/events. So with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to our next speaker, Cristina Cordero. Mickey Leland, Energy Fellowship Program Coordinator at DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So my name is Cristina Cordero, and I am the program coordinator for the Mickey Leland Energy Fellowship Program here at the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Today, I want to share a little bit of information about this program, as well as also information on other programs that we have available, both for students, postgraduates, and faculty. So the Mickey Leland Energy Fellowship Program, or MLEF, is a 10-week summer research opportunity for students in STEM. They come into the Department of Energy, and that can be one of our national labs or one of our headquarters, and complete a research project over the summer while receiving mentorship from DOE scientists and engineers. At the end of the program, they get to present their research findings at a technical forum. The program provides them with a stipend, and some participants might be eligible to receive housing and travel assistance. This program provides hands-on experience, complementing what they have learned in the classroom and allowing them to put it into practice. It increases confidence skills, enhances communication skills, and promotes critical thinking and problem solving. In order to be eligible, applicants must be 18 years or older. They must be U.S. citizens, have a minimum GPA of 2.8, and be enrolled full-time in a STEM degree program at the associate's, bachelor's, or master's level at the time of application. Also, they must be deemed a college sophomore or higher by their institution. The requirements are to commit for the full 10-week program and attend the orientation at the beginning of the program and present their research findings at the technical forum. So that is the event that I mentioned that happens at the end of their fellowship. If you would like to learn more about this opportunity, or if you want to share information about this program, you can visit our link. I included our webpage in there. Also, if you have a mobile device, you can scan the QR code. So I will hold this screen for a couple of seconds. I also want to share that our application for the summer 2023 program will open in September of this year. I mentioned that participants receive a stipend for their participation in the program. So here are the stipends. Undergraduate students receive $650 per week, and master's students receive $750 per week. And as I mentioned, some participants might be eligible to receive a housing and travel allowance if they are relocating for this opportunity. I also want to share information about another student program, or another program that we have at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Igrid touched upon this program in her presentation, and this is a DOE Science, Technology, and Policy program. And it seeks motivated students, postgraduates, and faculty to participate in projects at the forefront of the clean energy transition, helping to address the climate crisis through a one-year fellowship with the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. We're currently accepting applications for this opportunity. If you would like to learn more, there's also the link in here and the QR code, which you can scan with a mobile device. And finally, I also want to share information on some programs that are available with the National Energy Technology Laboratory. They have an internship program for undergraduate and graduate students. They also have a postgraduate research opportunity for those who have earned or are about to earn their master's or doctoral degree. And there's also a faculty research program. Applications for these opportunities are always open, so apply when you can. And there's also the QR code for you to scan if you would like to learn more. If you have any questions regarding the Mickey Leland Energy Fellowship Program or any of the opportunities that I shared today, feel free to send me an email message. My email is mlef@hq.doe.gov. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Alex.
Great, thank you so much, Christina. Mickey Leland Fellowship Program is really, really awesome program, and really appreciate you sharing it with us. Next up, we have Shalonda Baker, Secretarial Advisor on Equity and Deputy Director for Energy Justice at DOE. who will give us an overview of DOE's views on the intersectionality of environmental, energy, and climate justice. Unfortunately, Shalonda was not able to join us live today. However, she was kind enough to take the time to do a recording for us. So please bear with me here as I pull up the recording so that we can get Ms. Baker's comments. And if for any reason anyone cannot hear the video once I press play, please let me know.
Good afternoon. I'm Shalonda Baker, and I'm so proud to be the Department of Energy's first ever Deputy Director for Energy Justice and the Secretarial Advisor on Equity. I sit in the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, which is leading so many crucial efforts across the agency today. I want to thank the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, or FECM, for hosting this event. We're all focused on learning more about implementing carbon management projects under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or the bill. So the bill, it's a long overdue investment in our nation's energy and transportation infrastructure. The carbon provisions we're discussing today represent well over $6 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars, to advance the science and innovation required to meet the demand of our energy future and drive us forward. In carrying out the bill, FECM, along with 11 other department program offices, will lead the nation in advancing the frontiers of energy development, keeping our nation secure, and fueling our clean energy economy. And it's our belief that the bill programs will be incredibly important for not only addressing our infrastructure needs, tackling the climate crisis, but also providing jobs in Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, and low-income communities who have unfortunately disproportionately borne the environmental burdens of the energy system while reaping so very few of its economic benefits. And so as DOE strives to reinforce and revitalize our energy infrastructure, it is incumbent on all of us to ensure that our energy future, our systems of the future, are not merely functional, but just. In other words, we must seek to remediate the historic harms visited on our frontline communities and strive to ensure that our future energy systems are more equitable, accessible, affordable, clean, and consider the input and voices of those who have historically lacked access to the decision-making process in the past. So this is energy justice. This is energy justice. Energy justice can be broken into 4 primary points that start with participatory justice and procedural justice. So this means we must obtain broad and meaningful participation from all areas of society and walks of life, especially those who are the most burdened by the energy system. And so accordingly, here at the Department of Energy, we're working hard to ensure that communities impacted by the legacy of pollution actively participate in shaping the energy future. So my office is also working diligently to ensure that people of color, minority serving institutions, and minority-owned businesses are recognized and afforded opportunities to participate fully in our energy programs. The department's commitments to equity also mean that we are exploring the equitable distribution of grant research opportunities for historically Black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, and nonprofit institutions. So we must encourage the creation and prioritization of business models as well that are people and community centered. And we must ground our efforts in ensuring measurable, tangible benefits flow to these historically underserved and underrepresented communities and groups. So as we think about the implementation of the $6 billion in carbon management programs, we must also think critically about how commercial scale storage facilities, point source CO2 capture demonstration projects, direct air capture hubs, hydrogen production hubs with carbon capture and storage, CCS, carbon utilization, and CO2 transport can be more inclusive of the feedback expressed by communities with environmental justice concerns and underrepresented groups. We must also ensure that we design programs to ensure minimal environmental impacts, including impacts that increase exposure to particulate matter and pollutants. And finally, as we expand our grid and transportation infrastructure, we must ensure that communities are consulted on issues of siting and environmental impact. So this is energy justice. And energy justice is fundamentally about ensuring the benefits and burdens of the energy system are equitably distributed. Again and again, research shows that communities of color are routinely exposed to more environmental hazards and pollution they create. And these frontline communities, so communities on the front lines of environmental hazards and harms, understand that new projects, even if they're designed to avert catastrophic climate change, could mean increased exposure to environmental hazards and harms for their communities and their families. So because of this history and these patterns and these legacy impacts of the energy system, our departmental efforts must extend beyond simply hearing community feedback. To be effective, we must also openly acknowledge the potential environmental harms associated with carbon capture and CO2 transport, such as the increase in emissions to communities living near those projects. And we must also be forthright and committed to answering how those possible harms can be addressed from project beginning to end. And finally, local consultation and meaningful engagement must be critical components of all projects to mitigate further harm to those communities already burdened by the climate crisis. And as I said, we're on the front lines of environmental hazards and harms. So if you're not sure how to lead this important work with these ideals, the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, my office, is a place for you to receive guidance and resources. And I am so grateful that on day 7 of this administration, the President issued Executive Order 14008, tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad to address environmental justice head on. Section 223 of the executive order establishes the historic Justice 40 initiative, which sets an important goal for all federal agencies. And so per executive order 14008, every single federal agency engaged in climate and clean energy spending must endeavor to maximize the benefits of every single dollar spent through these efforts to ensure that 40% of the overall benefits of those investments flow underserved, overburdened frontline communities. That's absolutely transformative. The benefits are broadly defined to include more than just dollars spent directly. They also encompass activities and outcomes that can improve communities and create more opportunities for access to clean, affordable energy. Here at the Department of Energy, we've identified 8 policy priorities that projects can directly target to the goals of the Justice 40 initiative. Through identifying measurable, trackable benefits that flow to underserved, overburdened frontline communities, such as dollars invested, jobs created, energy costs lowered, listening sessions held, or services bettered as a result of these projects, we can hold to the essence, achieve the essence of the Justice 40 initiative, which is to transform, yes, transform communities for the better. So all of you listening to this talk and participating in this discussion today represent the innovation and ingenuity we need to make this possible. So I want to impress on each of you that your work must be inclusive and must consider carefully what I've highlighted today. I encourage you to pull all the levers at your disposal creatively to conduct this work in a manner that is respectful of our environment, our resources, and our people. So that is our collective work. To heal our nation through this transformative commitment to climate, environmental, and energy justice. And that was, of course, my cat, because we're in the virtual world, and that's what happens. But so we, all of us, have the responsibility to ensure that the communities on the front lines of this climate crisis receive the benefits of this transition. So this is the promise of an equitable clean energy transition. This is the promise of the Biden-Harris administration. And this is the moment that we've all been waiting for, the moment we've been training for, and the moment we've been dreaming of. And I am so honored to work with the committed and incredibly smart colleagues that I have here at the Department of Energy, at FECM, the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. We together will transform our world. So this is our moment. Thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you're about to do.
And thank you to Shalonda for sharing those incredibly powerful words with us. Wish she could have been here in person, but really appreciative of her for taking the time to do that video. Next up, we have Fred Pizzuto from the National Energy Technology Laboratory to discuss NEPA engagement, process, and timing, which I think will be is a really good segue from this last session. So, Fred, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex, and I appreciate the assistance you provided in all this technical coordination. Okay, NEPA. To a lot of people, NEPA, sort of four-letter word. And I don't look at
Fred, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you need me to share your presentation?
Yeah,
or did you want to pull it up?
Put up the first, you can put up the first slide, Alex.
Okay, let me get that up for you. But please continue.
But anyhow, I think to get everybody in a little bit of flavor of what NEPA is about, I think, and a lot of times different applicants in a number of our DOE projects are complicated. They're sometimes in sensitive locations, and tends to make for a little bit of good-natured bantering among project managers in our NEPA team. But everybody has the same goal, and I think everybody really wants to see success in these pilot projects. But they're big projects. They're going to be complicated, and I think what people need to understand is NEPA has a lot of public involvement, not only from resource agencies, but from the general public. And a little history on NEPA, it really came about in the Federal Highways Program back in the 50s and 60s, where Federal Highways was condemning property, taking property, going through sensitive wetland areas, sensitive neighborhoods. And there really wasn't a mechanism for the public to participate in the decisions that the federal agencies were taking, spending their tax money. So NEPA essentially was to tell the public how Uncle Sam is spending their money. And they allow for public input in that. And that's a good thing. So with these projects, NETL is going to support a number of the Office of Major Demonstrations. Anytime there's a federal dollar spent, there has to be some type of NEPA review. So Alex, you want to go to the next slide? With NETL, this is really a simplification of the process, but NEPA is a law, so we just can't ignore it. I mean, we can't. Some of the laws are sort of fuzzy, but with NEPA, we really can't get around it. So let's deal with it head on. And typically, when we look at an applicant that applies to do a cost sharing project with us, we typically have an environmental questionnaire that we ask that all the partners or applicants fill out. And then the NEPA office will make a determination whether it's categorically excluded, whether we can do an environmental assessment, or we'll need an environmental impact statement. Environmental impact statements are the most involved. They deal with the most, the reason they do that is because at the end, we really cannot determine that there's not going to be a significant impact. There is. So we have to go on record with a record of decision. An environmental assessment is a step below that, which means we can get to a decision where there's a finding of no significant impact. And that is what we try to achieve, or have a mitigated FONSI, we call it, that has some criteria that's going to reduce the impacts and avoid and minimize as best we can. A categorical exclusion, sometimes the public confuses that with no environmental review, like it's categorically excluded. Well, no, we still do an environmental review, but we have about 40 categories of review in the CXs that we can use based on the project location and the size and scope of the project. We still do a review, but it's excluded from any further review. So those are sort of the three basic categories that NEPA always will fall into with the Department of Energy. Go ahead, Alex, next slide. And sort of as the old real estate axiom is location, location, location. That is going to be very important, especially when we get into these major demonstration projects, really where the project location is. We would hope any applicants would look at maybe a previously disturbed site like a brownfield, a former steel mill, somewhere where there's been a lot of disturbance. The property's been cleaned up through other programs to some extent, and that would probably have the least amount of the environmental impacts when we look at a location. So, and the project features, what's going to be involved in the project, that's always taken into consideration, and any other known cultural or environmental impacts that may occur. Let's go to the next slide, Alex. Typically, under all of our NEPA reviews, there's sort of the big topic items we always want to hit. The air quality and climate change is very important, whether the project is going to be located in a attainment area or a non-attainment area, what the current greenhouse gas situation is by that particular project location, what water resources may be impacted. Again, when you're looking at these sites, avoidance and minimization is the best way to glide through the NEPA process without a lot of anxiety. So, you know, we don't want to build projects right in the middle of pristine wetlands. We don't want to relocate streams. We don't want to have projects in floodplains. All of that we look at when we look at the project proposal. We also look at the human impact in the environment and where it's located. We also look at the natural environment, endangered species, whether they'll be affected. A key, and one thing I think people don't understand when we look at a project, the cultural resources, whether it's dealing with federally recognized tribes or whether it's an archaeological resource, the difference in the archaeological resources is if they're impacted, there really can't be any mitigation for it. You know, there is a minor, you can do mitigation for wetland impacts, stream impacts, even endangered species impacts. But with cultural resource impacts, if you're going to impact a archaeological site, there really isn't any way to mitigate for that. So everything is documented, but the site is wiped out. So that is a difficult hurdle to overcome. And it's always good if you can avoid and minimize when you're picking a site. So that's what I'm saying, going back to location, that is very important in picking a site for where these projects are going to take place. And again, we look at cumulative effects. I don't want to spend too much time with that because, you know, it is what it is, and it depends on the location again. But these are all factors that we consider under any NEPA review. The wetlands, water resources, cultural resources, and endangered species resources. Go ahead, Alex. And I think the last page here is just, these are special topics that we will come into depending on your site location. And then, like I said, it goes back to your site location. So, you know, we have air conformity determinations, noise and vibration. We can look at induced seismicity depending on the project. That's been a big item when we're doing high pressure injections. Dredger fill material, navigable airspace. All of those are typically what we consider special conditions above and beyond those other major topics I just discussed. So that's it in a nutshell. It's hard to put NEPA into a 15-minute window here, but hopefully I have my email. If folks want to email me with some fundamental questions, I'll be glad to answer them as best I can. You know, these projects, these major demonstration projects are going to be large. There's a lot of money involved in them, and there'll be a fair amount of impacts. There'll be pipelines, and there'll be, you know, injection areas. There's going to be capture areas and facilities, power usage. So I think, you know, at some point, this country has to look at how we're going to address climate change, and this is going to be a big step towards that. But we don't want to make the environment worse to build a project that's supposed to be an environmental betterment. So I just hope everybody's cognizant of that. So with that, that's all the more I have to say on NEPA. There's many pages on it if you want to delve into it. But if you have any basic questions, I'll be glad to answer them, and send me an email. I'll try to get back with you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Fred. Really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Next up, we have Jeff Kuzer from the National Energy Technology Laboratories Office of Procurement to kick off our session on doing business with DOE. And Jeff, if I remember right, I need to share your slides as well, correct?
Yeah, yes, please, Alex.
All right. All right, do you see them in full screen mode?
Yes, I see them.
Perfect.
All
And
right,
if
perfect.
everyone can keep themselves muted so that we can hear Jeff speak, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alex. My name is Jeff Kuzer. I'm a contracting officer with the Department of Energy at NETL. So I'm going to be here today speaking with you about how to do business with the federal government. Alice, can you go to the next slide, please? As you can see here on this particular slide of doing business with the government, there is a difference of two topics I want to talk about today. One is financial assistance and one is acquisition. As you can see at the top, financial assistance is to meet and benefit the public. Acquisition is to meet a government need. So I'll start here first with financial assistance. Again, it's a public benefit. The goal is here to provide funds to an organization to help develop technologies and bring them to commercialization through research and development and demonstration type efforts. A funding opportunity is what we issue under financial assistance. This is the mechanism here we use to solicit for applications and to ultimately review them and select and negotiate financial assistance agreements. Here under financial assistance, as you can see, we have 20% cost share and a 50% cost share requirement, which was back 2005. We can issue either cooperative agreements or grants. Cooperative agreements have substantial involvement by the government. Substantial involvement, for those of you who haven't had any awards with the federal government or DOE under financial assistance, is the listing of roles and responsibilities that both DOE and the recipient will have in this collaborative project. The other option would be to issue a grant under the project, but there's no substantial involvement. However, there is oversight. Profit and fee are not allowable under financial assistance awards. The financial assistance regulations, as you can see here, govern financial assistance projects are 2 CFR 200. Now, switching topics to acquisition. Acquisition is what we issue contracts under in the federal government. They're typically either for a good or service needed by the government to benefit the government and the government only. Typically, we issue cost reimbursement type contracts, and fixed price are the most typical. Cost share is not typical under acquisition type of actions. The profit and fee are allowable, have to be reasonable within the regulations, which are the FAR, which is the Federal Acquisition Regulations that govern contracts under the federal government. Next slide, please, Alex. So after this slide, from this slide on, I just want to note that everything that I'll be going over is basically going to be regarding around financial assistance and how to do business with the government under financial assistance. So here, you always see the government will issue sometimes what's called requests for information, notice of intent, and ultimately our funding opportunity. So what's the difference between that? A request for information is us asking stakeholders in the public to provide information back to us to certain aspects that we may have questions on to help further the government's needs or define an objective for potential FOA. The notice of intent is a formal announcement to the public of the government's intent to issue a funding opportunity announcement. Now, the funding off the NOE here, we do not ask for any feedback on, and we will not provide any response because this is the point where we're getting ready to issue a requirement underneath the funding opportunity announcement. So the funding opportunity announcement, that's the announcement where the government is accepting applications for particular research, development, demonstration activities. These will include all the details you need to know about submitting an application to which a financial assistance award will be issued. Go to the next slide, please. Here is where you'll see these three sites here: the NETL business page, FedConnect, and grants.gov. These are where we issue the RFIs, NOEs, and the FOAs are posted. The NETL business page here, if you click on that or go to netl.doe.gov and go to the business page, you'll be able to go in there and look at what now is called we have a hub, it's a solicitations hub. And in there is a listing of all of our current activities that are going on under both financial assistance and acquisition, and it further defines whether or not those activities are bill related or under annual appropriations. The next area there, the Fed Connect area, is where we actually issue all of our announcements underneath financial assistance. Everything will be there from our announcement to the RFI to the NOE. Same thing with grants.gov, the information will be there. Grants.gov is actually where you're going to apply for a FOA to participate under the financial assistance. Next slide. Here's a topic, it's an interesting topic, it's pre-award costs. These are costs of once you've been selected underneath the financial assistance opportunity announcement. And these are costs that are incurred by the recipient at risk once you've been selected prior to the award being negotiated. As you'll see there, 2 CFR 200-458 further defines pre-award cost. The cost must be within scope, allowable, reasonable, and within the selected project scope and in accordance with the applicable cost principles. The contracting officer's approval is typically not required within the 90 days of the award being approved. Anything outside of that 90 days, the CO approval will be required. Next slide, please. Here are the roles and the responsibilities of the main team that you'll basically deal with underneath an FOA, or if you're selected for a project with DOE. These are the integrated technical teams that define and solicit, negotiate, manage, and deliver federally sponsored research and development and demonstration benefits to the nation. The FPM, which is the Federal Project Manager, oversees the day-to-day aspects associated with awards, corresponds with recipient technical point of contact to ensure completion of technical requirements and milestones. The contract specialist, or the grants management specialist, oversees the day-to-day business management and non-technical aspects of the awards. Works closely with the recipient business point of contact to resolve issues associated with award terms, conditions, and other business-related activities. The contracting officer is the DOE official authorized to execute financial assistance awards. Only an individual that is authorized to obligate funds and make official changes to financial assistance awards. Oversees the business and management and non-program aspects of the financial assistance process. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they're the signature authority that can enforce changes within the agreement. The next slide, please. So here are some actions that you're going to need to complete prior to submitting to an FOA. Up here, it says please take at least 44 days to complete the process. I would highly recommend, if you haven't done this yet, that you start it as soon as possible. As you'll see here, there was an update to where we're not using DUNS any longer, and it's going to be the UEI. So first, I'll start with the SAM registration here. SAM, you go online to the register through the SAM, submit an application, and to get your information updated in SAM, because you have to be registered for all 4 of these entities to be able to these activities to be able to get a financial assistance award and to do business with the government. The next thing is the unique entity identifier. This replaces DUNS. On April 4th, the federal government replaced DUNS number, UEI, as the primary means to identify identification for federal awards. The UEI is already available on the SAM registration record as outlined. The site, I was on the site yesterday and today, and there's a message that pops up as soon as you get on the SAM regarding this change. Next thing you will need to do is register at grants.gov. An authorized organizational representative must register here. You will send business contact. The email will get sent to the business contact, POC listed in SAM, and the approved AOR registration. The AOR verifies the registration was then completed, and then you'll need to register in FedConnect. These things can all seem overwhelming, but the process has evolved over time and has become quite user-friendly with advances in the software. Next slide, please. Here's how you can access NETL FOAs and solicitations in the FedConnect system. You'll go to the fedconnect.net in the internet browser, click on Search Public Opportunities. Next slide, please. Once you're there, you'll go to the search the opportunities, select the issuing office and the type, which will be NETL. Click on search and then click title of the announcement to view. This will then bring up any of the solicitations or the financial assistance opportunities that NETL has issued. You'll see NOEs here and even RFIs posted here. Next slide. Here's how once you're in there and you click on that, the NETL on the body when you've done your search, you will see that there is a FOA. The FOA that you click on, this will provide the information to you. This will show you that there's the body, which is the actual FOA announcement. If you notice below that, they'll see that there was an amendment issue. Those will also show up as well. And these are typically the changes that are summarized in the FOA. When you click on these, if there's an amendment, the FOA has pages on there that show a high-level overview of changes that have been made, and it's typically shown in track changes or in a font of a different color, just so that it's highlighted that everybody knows there's been a change made. The next slide, please. Once you open the file and you click open on the body, you'll see that it'll download the financial assistance opportunity. Again, pretty user-friendly to do this. So next slide, please. Here, this is when you're accessing the FOAs and solicitations with FedConnect. You need to click on register now to submit questions, receive emails concerning the updates and the amendments, create and manage a response team, and submit responses directly to the site. So you can see there it's circled, just register now underneath that FOA. Next slide. Here then, this is where you'll then sign in to submit questions underneath this solicitation or funding opportunity announcement. This is once you've been registered in the system. Once you sign, you'll be able to see all the FOAs you have registered for to follow or interested in for your organization. Next slide. This here is when you're into that funding opportunity announcement on this slide, and in this particular section in FedConnect. This allows the organization also to have multiple people. You join the team. So essentially here, this is where you have your full access view to changes to the FOA, questions submitted that have been responded to the government, and questions that the government has answered back to the public or that have been answered privately. I would like to note at times, questions are only responded to an entity submitting the question when information provided as part of the question is something we consider business confidential or something related to a particular applicant's technology or proposed technology. That being said, keep in mind, questions should be general in nature and should not contain business sensitive information. Furthermore, we ask that all questions be specific as possible without containing that information. If a FOA has multiple FOAs, or areas of interest, please be specific to which area of interest you are asking the question. Next slide. Here's when you click on the questions and you join the FOA team, this is where you'll see the inbox on your side. And you'll be able to see questions that have already been submitted by other vendors / applicants up here. The word vendors up here in this section that's being used is referring to other potential applicants. Those would be the responses that are issued back to the public. These would have responses to questions that were supplied to your organization, or even responses that reply back to your organization that were not provided to the public. Again, it looks like a basic email account in there. As you can see, it states that if the response is specific, public or not public over there in one of the columns. This is like the email account, as I mentioned, to the particular FOA which you're registered for. Next slide, please. In closing, these are the 3 sites that you will see information on regarding NETL business-related opportunities. Specifically, the NETL site will have NETL business opportunities only, but the other 2 will have opportunities across the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Really, really comprehensive overview of doing business with NETL, and I think will be very useful for prospective applicants here. Next up, as I stop my screen sharing, we have Heather Quenfield, also of the National Energy Technology Laboratory, to discuss NETL project management policies.
Hi, Alex. I hope you can hear me and see my slides.
I can hear you, see you, and I see your slides.
Oh, excellent. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Quadenfeld. I am the Deputy Director for the Technology Development Center here at NETL. And that is the center where all of our project managers reside. And what I want to talk to you a little bit about today is the role of the project management in soliciting for the award, and then what we do with the recipients when we negotiate for the new award, and then what we do with the recipients after the award is made. So this will help you, for the potential recipients out there, get a feel for how we'll work with you once you get an award. I have a lot of slides here, and I'm really going to skip to the meat of the matter because I don't have a lot of time. So, and you guys have all this, and you'll get all of this in great backup material. So when you get the slides, you can take a look at all those slides I just skipped. That's just like background about project management at NETL. Okay, I'm going to start with this slide. So what this slide shows you is all of the steps we take to put a solicitation out there to get a new award, okay? And I'm just gonna start, I think, is this blocking you? I'm gonna hide that. Okay, I'm just gonna start from the left here and move over to the right. So the first step in the process of getting a new award is the Department of Energy works closely. We have technology experts at NETL. We have headquarter program managers that are technology experts. We have our project management staff at NETL. And together we work on planning the FOA. What are the goals, objectives, and scope of the FOA? What kind of new projects do we need? And we work closely together on this blue box here in planning the FOA, planning the solicitation announcement. Then once the solicitation announcement is pretty much planned, the other piece we need to do, this new orange spot here, is we have to define how we are going to evaluate and select projects. So our project managers are really involved in, you know, what is the merit review criteria? Let's define that. And then that's what we will use to evaluate proposals or applications once they come in. And together, this FOA planning document and this evaluation and selection plan, together with just basic instructions and directions for FOAs, that's what goes into the funding opportunity announcement, which is this green box here. So the project management staff, the planning staff, headquarter program staff, we work closely with the procurement staff, Jeff Kuzer's group, to formulate the announcement and to get the announcement out the door. And that's what you will see, that FOA is what you will see in grants.gov and FedConnect. That's what you're going to respond to. And one tip or trick that I have for all of potential applicants out there is when you see an announcement, this might seem like, you know, like not really a tip or trick, but I'm telling you, you have to do this. You have to read it and you got to read the instructions. You have to be responsive to what we're asking for, and you have to follow the instructions that we have in there. If you don't, well, I should just say, if you do that, you will have a leg up, right? You will already, you know, get your foot in the door, and you'll have a solid application that we can review. Too often people just don't do that, and it's really unfortunate. So make sure you please read the announcement, read what we're asking for, and follow the instructions that are in the announcement. It's a critical document for you. Okay, then once the FOA closes and we get all of our applications, the next step in the process is for that application review. And what we do is we have, again, technical experts from across NETL and our planning group and our project management group, together with headquarters program managers. We form scoring or application review teams. We identify strengths and weaknesses of the proposals. Then we have a smaller group of people, which we call the merit review panel, and they do the actual, they come to consensus on the strengths and weaknesses, and then they actually score the proposals. After this application review, the result is a ranking of the applications from, you know, highest scored to lowest scored. And we take that information and we share that with the selecting official. So there's someone designated as a selecting official, and we will meet with that selecting official, and we'll talk to that individual about why the proposals were ranked the way they are, what the strengths and weaknesses are of the proposals. So that selection official has everything they need in order to make a selection on the funding opportunity announcement. So the next step in the process is to actually craft that selection statement. And that selection statement will say what applications are selected for negotiation leading up to award and what the funding value is for each one of those applications. Once we have the selection statement, we do all of our proper notifications. We notify the applicants. We let them know that they have been selected for negotiations leading to award. We notify the ones that were unfortunate and that we couldn't select. And then we also notify the public and let people know what we have selected. One thing about notification, if you receive a letter that says your application was selected for notification to award, please pay close attention to that letter. That letter will have additional instructions in it because we need more information from you in order to do the negotiation so that we can eventually award. And that gets into my next slide. So these are the documents that we need in order to put an award in place. And so when we talk about negotiations, when we talk about the project management staff and the procurement staff together negotiating with the recipient, the principal investigator, and the business point of contact to put an award in place, we're talking about these key documents. And I'm just going to step through them real quickly with you. The first is what we call the SOPO. What that stands for is the Statement of Project Objectives. And that's the listing of, first of all, it says this is the scope of the award. And then it's a document that says, here are the tasks that I'm going to take to accomplish these objectives. Here are some of the milestones. Here's our deliverables, what we're going to deliver to you by the end of the project. We call that the Statement of Project Objectives. Now, you may have submitted one with the application, but there's always a negotiation that happens during that, once you were selected an award, because we want to make sure that SOPO is as solid as it possibly can be. So that starts the negotiation. The project manager will reach out to the PI and they'll start working on that SOPO. Once we have a solid SOPO, once we have something in place that we say, yeah, these are the tasks, this is what we want to do, then we need a solid budget. And so the budget, you likely submitted a budget with I know you submitted a budget with the application, but at this point now we renegotiated the SOPO a little bit. And so we need to tighten up the budget and we need details on the budget and we need information on personnel and like who's going to be working on the project and what their rates are. And then we need information on their travel budget. We need information on what equipment you're going to purchase. We need information on supplies and materials. We need information on other direct costs. So there's lots of information we need in order to do a proper, and that's what this next box is, technical evaluation of budget. So we need all these budget details from the recipient and all the sub-recipients so that we can do a thorough technical evaluation of budget. And this is where, first of all, the project managers are responsible for the technical evaluation of budget. They're going to be doing that with the information that the recipient provides. And I have to say, when we talk about negotiations taking a long time, when it's a long time between getting that notification letter that you were selected for a new project and actually putting the award in place, probably the longest lead time is this technical evaluation of budget and getting enough budget details so that we can do a thorough technical evaluation of budget. So my suggestion is, again, make sure all the recipients, if you do get selected for an award, make sure you're real responsive to our emails and our various questions, and just realize we got to dig into it and we got to get all the details on that budget. Okay, so now we have a SOPO in place, we have a budget in place. We also need to worry about NEPA. So that is something that Fred talked about. You likely submitted an environmental questionnaire with the application. We will take that information, we will share it with Fred's team, and we will get a NEPA justification done. It'll either be a categorical exclusion, a CX, or we may need to do an environmental assessment or something like that. So that is the next step. Once we get the SOPA budget, then need to take care of NEPA. The other thing we need to take care of is doing an assessment of risk. So we do this initial assessment of project risk. We look at everything from what are the management risks, what are the technical risks, what are the schedule risks, what are the budget risks. And when we do an initial assessment of risk, that is something that the project manager does with the procurement staff. So I don't think really the recipient is much involved in the risk profile, except to answer maybe a few questions. But the other thing we need to do, and this is highlighted in blue, that does require a great bit of negotiation with the recipient, is identifying the intellectual property and all the data rights. So as a recipient goes into a project, they may have some intellectual property that they own that they want to use in the project. And so that's what we call, in government terms, we call that limited rights data. So we don't really have, the Department of Energy doesn't have rights to that data. We may see it, we may use it, but we don't have rights to that data. And so what we'll do is we'll negotiate with the recipient so that we identify what is that limited rights data, and we'll actually make a list of limited rights data. The other thing we do is, once over the course of the award, we will generate data and we will generate IP. And so what we have to do is identify the unlimited rights data. That's the data that the government has unlimited rights to, because you're generating that data information over the course of the award. So we have limited rights data and unlimited rights data. And what will happen is the project manager will work closely with the PI to generate those lists of limited rights, unlimited rights. We also have data rights called protected data, but that's just another listing of data. So we get the IP negotiated, and then we have to create what is called a data management plan. You likely submitted a data management plan with the application, but this is something that we usually fine tune during negotiation. And what this data management plan is, it's just a document that describes how the recipient is going to manage data throughout the life of the project. So that's another document that we need before we actually can put the award in place. These last two, the PMP and the TMP, that stands for Project Management and Technology Maturation Plan. Both of these plans we don't really need when we're putting an award in place. We usually get them right after the award is made, so they're not as critical as these upper top 6 items. This last item in green, again, that's not as critical. It's something that we're going to ask for you though very early on in the process. What the PMP is, that stands for Project Management Plan, and that's just a document that describes how what your approach to the project is, who your team members are, how you're going to evaluate risk, what milestones do you have, what's your cost plan, what's your schedule plan. It basically lays the foundation for the project and the approach to the project. The Technology Maturation Plan tells us how technology is going to be developed over the course of the project. So we'll ask for you, for example, for the initial technology readiness level of your technology going into the project, and how that will mature over the course of the project, and what you anticipate the final technology readiness level to be. So again, that PMP and TMP, that's not something we need before award can be made. It's something that we'll be asking for very early on. It is a key project document. Okay, so once we get the award made, then the project manager will work very closely with the recipient to execute the project. So that's what this slide talks about, all these kind of touch points we have with the recipient on certain items. The first is this kickoff presentation. Within 90 days or so after the award is made, we will ask the recipient to host a kickoff presentation. And typically what that is the recipient will just tell us what they're going to do with the award dollars, what some of the key deliverables are, what their milestones are, all that business. And it's really a great, it lays again the foundation for the project, and it's a really great opportunity for others in the department to find out what's going on with this project. So in the audience, you'll have not only the project manager and the contract specialist that you work so closely with in negotiating the award, but you'll have the team of technical experts that the project manager works with. The DOE technology manager will be in there, the program manager will be in the room. So it's a really good opportunity for everyone to know what you're doing in this project, okay? So that kind of, again, lays the foundation that happens within 90 days. That's the kickoff presentation. Then over the course of the award, you will be responsible for periodic reporting. And so every quarter you will have to submit a technical project report and or technical performance report and a financial status report. So 2 reports, one on the technical side, one on the financial side. So on the technical side, you'll talk about like how things are going, what you accomplished over the last quarter. You'll talk about any milestones that were met. You'll mention any schedule issues, or just any issues in general. So that's the technical progress report. And that's really what the project manager is focused on. But actually the CS also reviews that. The contract specialist also reviews that. Then you have the financial status report, and what that gives us is the status of how much money you've spent, how much cost share you provided, and it's a way for us to track that we're spending our dollars in a it makes in a reasonable fashion. Okay, so that's the periodic reporting that happens every quarter. I like to tell the project management staff that they should be talking to the recipient on at least a quarterly basis. So I see, once they receive these reports, they should call up the recipient and say, hey, what's going on? I read your report. I have this question, that question. So that's what happens, at least on a quarterly basis. But I actually like to see that happen a little bit more often. Our project management staff, we have a staff of over 100 technical experts. We hire engineers, scientists, we have PhDs, master's students. We have people working in all disciplines, all engineering disciplines, science disciplines. And we hire engineers and scientists to be project managers for a reason, because we want them to be substantially involved in the project. We want them to be able to pick up the phone and call the recipient and PI and ask detailed questions about the project. We want them to be seen as a resource to the principal investigator and the recipient. So I expect the project managers in my group to talk a little bit more frequently with the recipient. So you can expect probably on a monthly basis, at least you should be chatting, probably even more frequent than that, but expect to have regular interaction with the project manager to talk about the project. And again, as a recipient, I would hope that you would see us as a resource. We're there to help you resolve issues. We're there to help bounce technical ideas off one another. It's a really good, this periodic reporting and this interaction communication between the principal investigator and project manager is just really important. Okay, a little bit about invoice inspection. So your project may be on invoicing. And what that means is, you send in periodic invoices. We just don't rubber stamp them. We have to review them in detail. So when you submit an invoice, make sure you have enough information in there that allows us to say, yes, this invoice makes sense, or yes, these charges are reasonable and appropriate. If we can't say that, we will reject the invoice until we get that information. So for those folks that have worked with the government for some time, this is a no-brainer. They know how to do the invoicing. They give us all the background information we need. For those of you guys who are going to be new to working with the government, this is just for awareness. Expect that maybe your first invoice might be rejected because we need more information. It's no big deal. Just give us the information and we'll accept it again. But I just want you to know, you have to be really transparent with the dollars, and you got to let us know, why you're invoicing us for whatever you're invoicing us for. We will ask questions. The next piece is the technology transfer piece. Why are we doing these projects? We're doing these projects for the public good. And so we got to make sure that the public understands what we're doing and they have information about what we're doing. And we've got to get that out into public domain. So we expect you guys, the recipients, to write news articles or to write journal articles that show up in trade journals, or to make presentations at conferences. And we think that's all super fantastic. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that the Department of Energy has an Office of Science and Technical Information. It's OSTI. And for anything that you send to a journal article, for any presentation that you give to a conference, you also need to post in the Department of Energy OSTI system. I'm just telling you that for awareness. The details will be in the terms and conditions of your award. Again, the objective is to get information out there in the public domain about what we're doing. So it's ultimately a good thing. The last thing I'm going to mention is that we will require recipients to participate in periodic reviews. We have project review meetings on an annual basis, so we'll ask you to give a presentation, and those will be to a much broader audience, more than just the Department of Energy. Just expect that during the course of the project. All right, so in summation, I just want to get across that the Technology Development Center, the project managers at NETL, they're going to assist you to deliver competent, or they're going to assist you to help ensure that R&D objectives are achieved. And with that, I have one other slide I wanted to show you guys. You know, we talked a little bit, I think I heard it a couple of times now, about the DOE infrastructure webpage. And that's super fantastic. We have that infrastructure webpage that you can link to. NETL also created an infrastructure webpage, and that's what's shown right here. And it looks kind of bland, but that's what's right here in all this white space. It's called Bill Hub. So if you go to netl.doe.gov/Bill Hub, it'll take you to this page. And what's really kind of cool about this is if you're interested just in what NETL is doing in the bill space, it'll get you right there. You just click on this link here that says view all bipartisan infrastructure law solicitations and funding opportunities, and you'll find everything right there. We'll have all of our bill RFIs right there. We'll have all of our bill notice of intents right there. And we'll have all of our bill FOAs right there. Right, all you have to do is click right there and you'll get the information. So I just want to make sure you guys were aware of this webpage. I think it would be valuable to y'all. So that's all I have for you, Alex.
Well, thank you so much, Heather. That was incredibly informative, and I think it's going to be super useful for the future FOA winners that we have in attendance here. So thank you. Next, we have Matt Kittle, Senior Investment Officer with the U.S. Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office. With that, Matt, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you confirm that my slides are up?
Your slides are up, just need to put it in full screen mode.
Perfect. All right, we're good to go?
Nope, we see the notes, so we need to switch the view.
Let me switch the... I'm another one who is used to Microsoft Teams. Is that better?
There we go.
Perfect. All right. First of all, thank you, Alex, for organizing the event, and appreciate everyone who's presented before me. It's been very informative, and also just want to thank all the people who have stayed on, and honored to have the opportunity to, first of all, introduce the Loan Programs Office to you all, and then we'll talk about the SIPIA program, which has been mentioned a few times over the last couple hours. First of all, the Loan Programs Office is part of the Department of Energy's overall clean energy infrastructure. We're different than a lot of the other programs, though. We're not an R&D shop. We're not a grants shop. We are a project finance shop. We operate like a commercial bank, but we fund transactions that commercial banks are hesitant to fund because they are new, they're innovative technology, and they have a positive carbon benefit. What we're trying to do is establish that these types of technologies can operate commercially, and to provide a signal to commercial banks that these are technologies that they should invest in. Examples are very large scale solar PV farms, where LPO was one of the early investors in the big scale up of the farms, and now the commercial banks are running with that. We were formed in 2005 in the Energy Policy Act, and were given our original funding authority. And within the infrastructure law of last November, created the SIPIA program, and the regulations instructed the Fossil Energy and Carbon Management Office and the Loan Programs Office to work together to implement and administer the SIFIA program. So I'm going to say a few words today about the SIFIA program. It's still in early stage development, so whatever I tell you today is pre-decisional and it's subject to change, but I want to just help you all get an understanding of where things stand at the moment. So let's start with defining what SIFIA is. So it's the Carbon Dioxide Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. And within that act, it authorized $2.1 billion in credit subsidy for common carrier CO2 transportation infrastructure. So let me define each of those terms quickly for you all. First of all, what is credit subsidy? In short, it's a risk-based fee. So we will look at a transaction, and the transaction will be seeking funding to build a commercial project to transport CO2. And there will be risks associated with that transaction. And as part of DOE underwriting of the application that we will receive from that project developer, we will conduct an analysis similar to what a credit rating agency such as Fitch, S&P, Moody's would do on a transaction and give it a score that then leads to a percentage. And we multiply that percentage times the loan amount for the project, and that calculates a credit subsidy. So this example here, the 2.1 billion in credit subsidy implies potential lending of over $20 billion, would assume, let's see, a 10% risk of default for a given project. And so we would take that $20 billion and we'd multiply it times 10%, and that would give us the 2.1 billion. So the total amount of funding that is actually available in SIFIA is significant. Jigger was on earlier. He's the director of LPO, and the number that he mentioned was 25 to 35 billion. And it's all a function of what the credit subsidy is, and then also the potential for grants, because there is a grant component for SIFIA as well. What does common carrier mean? Well, this is the language from the regulation itself. It's pointing out that the general purpose of SIFIA is to have pipeline capacity available for multiple sources. It should be publicly available. The tariff rate should be known. The way that we will be evaluating or looking at projects relative to whether they meet the intent of common carrier is still under development at DOE, but this is the regulatory language that will be our guide. And finally, what does infrastructure mean? An initial reaction that most people have to SIFIA is that it's for pipelines, which is true, but it's not just pipelines. There's other forms of infrastructure that are eligible as well, shipping, rail, or other forms. So we have room for some innovative ways to move carbon dioxide around and find a long-term sequestration path for it. As of now, our target launch is October 1st, 2022. The program is being launched collaboratively by the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management and the Loan Programs Office. I think we're good partners in this. FECM, as you've seen today on many of the presentations, has tremendous technical and industry expertise, and also the grant administration infrastructure that we just saw. LPO is more of a project finance shop, so we do bank loans and we do underwriting, and we have loan service infrastructure. We currently have around a $30 billion portfolio of active loan recipients, most of which are in loan repayment status. So it's another key difference between most of the DOE funding, which is grants, where we send the money out the door and work with the recipient while they work through their project and work towards their goals, but we don't expect to be paid back. But for LPO, we generally are expecting to be paid back. We're a bank. So we will give you a loan, you get a very low interest rate. We can fund transactions that are not going to be funded by commercial banks, but we do expect the loan to be repaid. So part of our implementation path is stakeholder outreach. Today is a perfect example of this. We want to get the word out that we are standing up this program, and we'd love to hear from project developers who think they may have a project that will fit into SIFIA's box, if you will. We will also have representatives at the 3 in-person events that have been referenced in Columbus, New Orleans, and Salt Lake City. So we look forward to seeing you there. If you have a project that you think may interest us, please introduce yourself. And we look forward to doing what we call pre-application consultation. So if you're a serious project developer with a project that you think has merit and can potentially move through our review process, let's start that conversation today. My contact information is at the end of this slide deck. And as I mentioned, representatives from LPO will be at the in-person events in the next upcoming weeks. We are also coordinating with other federal programs. As you've seen today, there's a lot of parallel activities within the federal government to achieve the long-term goals of decarbonizing our economy. And even within DOE, there's all the hubs that are being developed. And so we want to make sure that what we're doing for SIFIA and our evaluation criteria is harmonious with what the other federal programs and initiatives are doing. That way we can have efficiencies and avoid potential conflicts. We are presently developing the guidance document for the SIFIA program. And when it's available, we'll put it up online. Right now, if you wanted to learn more about the Loan Programs Office, we've got a wonderful website. The URL is at the end of the presentation as well. On that website, you can learn about our existing portfolio of projects. You can look at our current solicitations that are out for innovative technology projects to get a flavor for what SIFIA may look like. And as we work through the guidance document over the next few months, we'll also be putting up online resources. There will be a dedicated page on the LPO website for SIFIA, and eventually we will have an online application portal. So the way that you apply for funding through LPO is a little bit more direct. It's right through the LPO website and our application portal. Our target is to begin accepting letters of interest in October when the program opens. So for those of you who may have read the legislation, the letter of interest is the initial application to the program, where I'll tell you a little bit more about that on a subsequent slide. So here's your pathway to funding. As I mentioned already, we're open to having pre-application consultations. If you have a project that you think may be eligible for SIFIA, please reach out. You can contact FECM colleagues, LPO colleagues. We'd love to start having that conversation with you now and help guide you through the process. And it's helpful for us as well, because then we'll have an idea of what's coming down the pike. As we go through the pre-application consultations and we identify projects that we think are ripe to move forward, and once we get the guidance document out and the online resources launched, we would then move to invite project sponsors to submit this letter of interest that I mentioned. This is the type of information that we'd be looking for, high level, but tell us where it's going to be located, where you're going to get your carbon from, where it's going to go, what your project costs are. We'll want to see a financial plan. We'll want to understand what type of funding you're requesting, and we'll want to understand who the sponsor is, who the project company is, who the other stakeholders are, and also status of environmental review. So we'll want to know, as we heard about NEPA a few times already, so NEPA will be a part of the SIFIA program as well. So we'll want to know the extent to which you've begun environmental permitting with localities and states. We'll want to know whether you've begun NEPA processes with other federal agencies, et cetera. After the letter of interest, the next step for successful applicants would be for DOE to invite an actual application. And these are words from the legislation itself, which we'll define more concretely in the guidance document. The application will be requesting much more detailed information than we requested for the letter of interest. This is where we'd be looking for things like your EPC contract, who's going to build the pipeline, let's say. We'd be looking for contracts, or sample contracts at least, with the sources of CO2. Maybe it's some industrial facilities or some biofuels facilities that are along the route of your pipeline. We'll want to see evidence that you've engaged in conversations, you have letters of interest, et cetera. We'll be looking for also information about your sequestration well and what sort of agreements you have in place with those counterparties. So that's where we get into the weeds and really evaluate the extent to which this application is mature and if they're ready to move into full underwriting and due diligence, which would then lead to a potential for a master credit agreement. So a master credit agreement would be the result of the negotiations and the due diligence that we would conduct with an applicant after they have submitted their application. Successful applicants will then be offered this master credit agreement, which will lay out the general terms of the financial offering that the DOE is making to the project. The master credit agreements will have to go through an approval process within DOE. Right now, the Loan Programs Office has an established route through which we go through a credit review board, which is senior level political officers of the department. We also go through an interagency process with the Department of Treasury and the Office of Management and Budget, and SIFIA is likely to take a similar path. Upon successful approval of the master credit agreement, we would then move into finalizing the terms of the financing documents. I like to think of a master credit agreement as an annotated outline of what the overall financing language is going to look like. You hand that outline over to your lawyers, and they turn it into financing documents that are much longer, and it's similar to when you show up to close your mortgage. You have so many documents to sign that you never expected, but we're similar here. So there's going to be a whole package of financing documents that will need to be executed, negotiated. And if we're successful and we get to the financial close, whether it be a loan or a grant, particularly for the loan, LPO would be administering the post-closing phases of the financing. For the grants, it's more likely to fall with FECM because they've got the existing infrastructure. And that phase, the post-closing phase, includes the construction of the actual infrastructure, and then of the repayment, if it's a loan, at least, if the repayment of the loan over the tenor of the loan. So as we look at our letters of interest and applications, these are the four key criteria, not the only criteria, but four key criteria that we'll emphasize, and these are emphasized in the legislation as well. First of all, is it an eligible project? Is it a common carrier transportation infrastructure for CO2? It's a pretty easy question to answer, I think, in most cases. Now, this is intended for large projects, so the legislation does say that the total project costs must be at least $100 million. So that will be a criterion that we'll look at. We'll be looking at the extent to which the project intends to use US produced iron, steel, and manufactured goods. Now we'll move into the next criterion, which is the reasonable prospect of repayment. We'll be looking at the forecasted cash flows, and we'll compare that to the loan repayment that will be required, and confirm that we have a comfortable coverage ratio from cash flows to repay the loan. We'll be looking at the financial strength of the obligor. So the obligor would be the entity that is going to be liable to repay the loan. We'll be looking at what investors are coming into the transaction, what strategic partners, who the sponsor is of the project. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll use metrics that are used commonly by private lenders and credit rating agencies to evaluate the risk of the project. We'll also look at the siting. Ideally, we'd expect that this pipeline or infrastructure will be in close proximity to major carbon dioxide emitting regions. You need to be close to your source. Ideally, it'll be a route that uses existing infrastructure corridors, as we've already mentioned or heard a few times with regards to NEPA. The extent to which we can use existing pathways will simplify, it should simplify the environmental review. The extent to which we're charting new territory or new pathways leads to significant uncertainty as to the ability to execute the project. As we've heard earlier, there's plenty of activity going on to develop these hydrogen hubs and other carbon capture hubs. So we will evaluate the siting of the infrastructure relative to its proximity to some of these other activities that are going on to maximize the effectiveness of SIFIA and the related programs. We'll also be looking at the level of local, regional, and state support. That'll be a key consideration. Finally, the readiness to proceed. The intent of the infrastructure bill is to get money out the door, get boots on the ground, start moving dirt, get things built to build the 21st century low carbon infrastructure that we need. One of the questions is, well, what is the status of permitting? As we mentioned on the previous slide, we'll be looking at the extent to which projects have already engaged with local and state permitting agencies, and maybe even with federal agencies on the NEPA front. And then also the ability to start construction no more than 90 days after closing. So our goal, per the legislation, is to close financing and then begin funding construction activities within 3 months. Some key terms from the regulation, again, eligible costs. We can include development costs and construction phase costs. We can even include transaction costs. So the extent to which there's advisors that are needed to be hired can be included in your total project costs. Capitalized interest can be included. So we will start lending money at the start of construction. For a pipeline, it's probably a multi-year construction period. So there's going to be outstanding loan principal that starts to accrue capital, and that capital can be, will accrue interest, and that interest can be capitalized and rolled into the loan total. And that capitalized interest can be counted as a project cost. We also have the ability to refinance other project financial obligations. So to the extent that a project has started working toward the ultimate objective, but wanted to get started before the DOE funding is available, it's possible for DOE to come in and refinance that initial financing with lower cost government debt. With regards to the tenor, the legislation says that the loan should be payable over the earlier of 35 years after substantial completion or the useful life of the project. And if we're looking at the pipeline infrastructure in particular, it's pretty likely that the useful life of that infrastructure will be greater than 35 years. So in any case, this is a long tenor loan, much longer than a commercial bank is going to be able to provide. And so this is a very attractive feature. The debt to equity ratio for loans, we could do up to 80% of eligible project costs. We don't have to go that high, but that is the maximum. Again, we would look at the cash flows to the project, and we would evaluate the extent to which the cash flows would support whatever amount of debt we ultimately offer. With regard to interest rate, the interest rate is, for the current loans from Title 17, it's generally the treasury rate for a similar term loan, which is as cheap as you can get. Like there's no, for SIFIA, there's no spread. This is low cost money that can be repaid over an extended period of time. With regards to the timing, the legislation requires that successful projects reach financial close on whatever their financing product is, whether it's a loan or a grant, within 4 years of the master credit agreement being approved, which is fine. But again, as I mentioned, the infrastructure bill is trying to get money out the door sooner and get the infrastructure in place. And these pipelines pipelines in particular, but infrastructure more generally, take a long time to build. So we will definitely be, we're able to wait 4 years, but we will hopefully be able to execute financial close sooner than 4 years for most projects. And my my guess from initial interaction with the market is that within 4 years, the money may all be accounted for. So just really what we're looking for is projects that can get started as soon as possible, but legislatively speaking, we have the ability to wait for up to 4 years. And then another interesting element is that scheduled loan repayments after substantial completion, after let's say the pipeline again is built and ready to start moving carbon dioxide, we can build into the loan terms a 5-year grace period before the loan repayments have to start happening. And during that time, we would continue to capitalize the interest. So the total amount that will have to be repaid at the end of that 5 years is going to increase. But that's a very helpful element of the regulation. And I think it's really reflective of the chicken and egg problem that we hear about so much in the carbon capture and sequestration industry, where no one's going to capture carbon until you've got a pipeline, and no one's going to build a pipeline until you've got a sequestration well. So SIFIA is enabling the government to finance that pipeline. I don't know if it's a chicken or an egg, but it's one or the other. So once it's built, it may take some time for additional infrastructure to be added to get the CO2 captured into the pipeline at the expected levels, and for the sequestration well to demonstrate its efficacy to be able to sequester that CO2. So that 5-year grace period is another very friendly feature for project developers that got put in the regulation. Generally speaking, for a loan, you're going to have the standard covenants, reps, and warranties that you might get with a commercial bank. The U.S. government is going to be in a senior secured lender position. We have the ability to relax that if there are private lenders coming into the transaction who are taking risk, but that'll be to be told whether any private lenders will be able to match a 35-year tenor with treasury rates. But I'm not ruling out any possibilities here. And then, as we heard earlier, the Davis-Bacon Act requires certain wage rates for skilled labor, so that'll be an element of the financing terms as well. So that is an overview of the SIFIA project. Here's my email and my phone number. Email's always better. Feel free to send me a note, and you'll see the website where you can see an example of the projects that LPO has funded and the active solicitations that we currently have. And we look forward to seeing you in Columbus, New Orleans, and Salt Lake City. Thanks, Alex. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. Really appreciate it. And I think that's going to also be very useful for hopefully many of our attendees today. Next up, we have Catherine Clark, AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellow at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, to discuss a presentation of high-level RFI results regarding environmental justice, engagement, and workforce development. So with that, Catherine, the floor is yours.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Alex. Let me share my screen. All right, can you see me and my screen and hear me?
We can, yes.
Lovely. Thanks. Wonderful. Well, thanks so much for everyone who's still on here listening. Really appreciate you all joining us today. As Alex said, my name is Catherine Clark. I'm a AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellow. And today I'm going to be giving a brief overview of sort of a summary of the information we've received through one of our recent requests for information, or RFIs, on topics related to environmental justice, engagement, and workforce development. And thanks to Jeff Kuzer for explaining what an RFI was, so I won't go over that again, but I'll just note quickly that our office had a request for information out. You can see the number here earlier this year on deployment and demonstration opportunities for carbon reduction and removal. And so I'm going to focus on the EJ, engagement, and workforce development piece, and then my colleagues after me will dive into more of the technology-focused sections. Okay, so within the category of environmental justice, engagement, and workforce development. We had sort of a non-project specific topic within this request for information. We asked questions that fell into sort of 4 big categories. And those are the potential project impacts, so both benefits and negative impacts, components of effective community engagement, equitable access to funding mechanisms, and workforce development opportunities. And we included these questions in the request for information because, as you've seen, DOE and fossil energy and carbon management's priorities to advancing justice, engagement, and labor are across all of our programs. And at the same time, we recognize that including these questions in an RFI has limitations with capturing a broad spectrum of views. And I think this point is especially critical to recognize around topics of justice, engagement, and workforce development, where it's really critical that we hear directly from those most impacted. And you'll sort of see how this plays out on my next slide. So for this topic, the non-project specific environmental justice, engagement, and workforce section of the RFI, we had approximately 50 respondents. And to those folks who are on the line or watching this afterwards that did respond, just first want to thank you so much for your information and the time and attention you put into that. So on the figure on the right here shows the different types of respondents we had, and you can see that industry had the most responses, followed up by advocacy organizations, including environmental NGOs, and you can see the other categories here as well. So as I mentioned on the last slide, it's really critical for these topics, especially that I'm talking about today, that we gather direct input from groups and individuals who are most impacted by these topics. And that includes tribes and Alaska Native corporations and other indigenous groups, environmental, energy, and climate justice organizations, frontline and fenceline communities, and labor unions and workforce development organizations. For this RFI, we received very few responses from these types of groups. And I want to say this really clearly because I think it's important context as I go through these next slides, that you keep in mind that the information that I'm summarizing is really the information we received in this RFI specifically from these respondents, and it's not intended to be sort of a full summary of all the views, and that we know additional engagement is needed to gather the specific expertise and these perspectives. So please just keep that in mind for my next slides. Okay, let's dig in here. So that first sort of bucket or category of information except that we asked questions around was potential project impacts. And so throughout the RFI responses, a few sort of common themes that were very frequent are noted here in this sort of general section on the top of my slide. And one really common theme was that respondents felt that additional research is needed to understand the specific potential negative impacts and co-benefits of carbon management technologies. And several respondents also noted that community engagement is critical in that process to accurately assess those potential impacts. Another key theme that came up, and you've heard this through others, both Dr. Wilcox and Dr. Gruber and others brought this up as well, is respondents felt that impacts must be assessed for the entire life cycle of the project. So across the whole supply chain, really drawing that big box. And that they must be specifically assessed for their impacts on disadvantaged communities. And so that's really getting at this piece of who sees the benefits of these projects and who sees the negative impacts. And so that's a really, really important piece as well. And then finally, a third big theme that we saw was that remediation of prior and ongoing harms is critical. So we know, as we heard from Shalonda Baker, we know that the environmental hazards are not equitably distributed, and that underserved and overburdened communities bear the brunt of those harms and don't see the benefits. And so we know that for the success of these projects, a key factor in that is the remediation of prior and ongoing harms. So those were the general themes, some general themes that we saw from these responses. In addition to these broad themes, respondents also pointed out some particular negative impacts and benefits that they think could happen for carbon management technologies. And so I don't have time, we're running a little late, so I'm not going to be able to go through these all in a ton of detail. But I will say first that I think one interesting thing that came out of these responses is that the negative impacts that you see here are more frequently brought up by advocacy or NGO organizations, and the benefits were more frequently brought up by industrial respondents. I'll highlight just a few in each of these categories here. Some very common ones on the negative impact side that were raised by respondents were health and safety considerations and concerns related to carbon dioxide and all the other process and materials, inputs and outputs for that whole life cycle that we were talking about. And also fossil fuel entrenchment, or the potential for prolonged use of fossil fuels, is another significant concern that was raised repeatedly in the negative impacts category. And there's others there that I won't talk through in detail. On the benefit side, the job creation and potential and economic benefits was seen as a really key thing for carbon management, and especially for fossil energy communities. And many respondents also noted that there may be decentralized economic opportunities in carbon management that could benefit rural communities. In addition to sort of these topics, and you'll see this structure repeat on my next slide, so I won't keep explaining it, but respondents also provided very specific suggestions to the Department of Energy to maximize benefits and minimize the negative impacts of our projects. And so you can see some of those examples here. I won't read through them all, but the first one came up many times, so I'll focus on that for the moment, which is that several respondents suggested that the Department of Energy required detailed evaluation of cumulative benefits and negative impacts in funding application processes. And I think that really gets back to that second bullet, right? Assessing those impacts and where they flow, which communities see the benefits and which communities see the risks. Okay, so the next slide, next topic is about sort of this engagement piece. And the key themes that arose commonly out of the responses are that it's critical to prioritize and target engagement with underserved and overburdened communities throughout all stages of the project, and that these communities have consistently asked for early engagement in project decisions. Another key theme that was raised was the importance of providing remuneration or payment compensation for those engagement activities to enable broad and equitable participation. In addition to these general themes, again, we had some specific suggestions that respondents provided to enable effective community engagement. And I think these are really sort of focused on making this engagement, first of all, meaningful, so that the engagement actually has a real substantive impact on the decisions that are made, and so that the project the impacts of the project, benefits and harms, can be tuned to that specific community's needs and priorities. And that engagement is early, so preferably before decisions are made, and frequent, lasting the duration of the project, transparent, inclusive, and accessible. And I think that again ties back into that remuneration or compensation piece. And then again, some specific suggestions. Respondents specifically suggested to DOE to support effective engagement included, again, requiring a very detailed engagement plan as part of the funding application process, allowing engagement activities as an eligible use of funds for our funded projects. And another suggestion was creating community engagement advisory committees for project participants. That next theme around equitable funding. So big theme that arose here is that cost share can present real significant barriers for small businesses and disadvantaged and rural communities. And prize funding or funding mechanisms that do not have a cost share are much more accessible. And while it's outside the scope of what we, receive specifically for this request for information, I'll also note that that's a really common piece of feedback we hear from tribes and Alaska Native corporations as well. And on top of that, I think one key theme that rose is that regardless of the type of funding, so whether it's cost share, whether it's prize funding, that funding application itself is a real barrier for small and under-resourced entities due to, it's long, it's complicated, it's confusing. And I think this piece is also something that DOE has heard outside of the scope of this RFI. Some specific suggestions to DOE to improve the equitability of our funding opportunities. I'll just highlight two here in the sake of time. I think one was providing more technical assistance, and that gets back to what I was saying about the sort of the burdensome application process. And a second suggestion also was for DOE to partner with organizations that are specifically focused on reaching underrepresented innovators and entrepreneurs. And the last category of questions that we had were around workforce development. As I mentioned on a previous slide, that job creation and economic benefits piece were reported as a real key benefit of carbon management technologies by respondents. That was actually the most frequently reported item throughout this section of the RFI. So in addition to that, some other themes that arose were the importance of leveraging existing programs and educational institutions that already have robust workforce development programs, providing competitive pay, prioritizing job retention and robust labor standards, and a few other items here. There weren't too many respondents that noted specific barriers that they saw to workforce development, but there were a few, and those are listed here. I'm not going to read through them all for the sake of time, but you can see them. And then also there were, again, specific suggestions provided to DOE on workforce development, and I'll just briefly touch on the first two. One was that respondents suggested DOE prioritize proposals that have specific provisions related to workforce development and jobs. So that could be project labor agreements, with which Trevor talked about earlier in the presentation, or community benefits agreements as examples. And another recommendation was that DOE should increase activities and partnerships with minority serving institutions. So I'll end there. That's a really high level summary of the information we got on this topic within our RFI. And I really appreciate your time and attention. And to all the folks who did submit responses, thanks. And I'll pass it back to you now.
Great. Thank you so much, Catherine, for taking the time to present on a really important topic. And thank you to everyone who took the time to respond to the RFI as well. Next, we have Lynn Brickett, Director of Point Source Capture Division at the Office of Fossil Energy. Lynn, the floor is yours. I will pull up your presentation here in just a second.
Okay, can you hear me, Alex?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Also following up on the RFI that Catherine referenced, I'm talking about the point source responses. Again, not to be confused with the carbon dioxide removal, which will be covered a bit later on today by Dan Hanku. So this is simply for point source carbon capture. We received 130 direct responses to point source carbon capture. I believe that was the largest area that we received. As you can see, similar to Catherine's, the majority of those by a large order came from industry at 88. Academia, advocacy groups, and the national labs were about the same at 9, 13, and 10. We did get 3 from state governments and then 7 from others. And others include test centers, consulting firms, service providers, or a venture capitalist firm. Next slide, please, Alex. So in no particular order, here are some high-level themes that we saw on capture, and there was a lot, but we're just trying to distill a lot of information down to some key themes. The respondents talked about a lot of varieties of carbon capture technologies, both in the power space as well as the industrial space. And the maturity level of those technologies varied from very early TRL3 perhaps all the way to demo. And the amount of CO2 that they talked about capturing was as little as 50 million metric tons to 1.5 million metric tons per year. There were several scale-up risks that were discussed. I'm sorry, several technology risks that were discussed, including scale-up, integration of the technology into the existing environments, again, whether that be industrial or power, emissions control, handling variability in process flows, and I assume that that means load following and such when the facility is changing the capacity, lifetime of capture materials, available equipment space, and eliminating financial risks. Next, it talked about host sites are proposed in both rural and industrial areas with varying demographics. And when discussing issues like the stakeholders and the local residents, it was discussed that it has to be done on a case-by-case basis, which of course, at this point, we don't know where those sites are. So our outreach at this point can't be case by case, but we will definitely get there. It was recommended that nearby or on-site fuel resources and or storage options are beneficial to limiting additional emissions, meaning with LCA, and lowering cost. We understand that putting a pipeline or a large pipeline can add additional costs. So if you're lucky enough that you can capture at your source and have storage right there, that obviously decreases costs. Next, it talked about really 45Q and talked about in general for these projects, the favorable economics are rare. In fact, it went so far as to say that 45Q provides a critical benefit for many, but by and large, the respondents reported that it's still considered inadequate at most, by most. We know that right now, 45Q is there's discussions right now to increase the level of 45Q, but we know for these provisions that we're looking at $50 a ton. And lastly, permitting came up as a critical factor. Of course, Class 6 permits came up. And we were told that well-defined and reliable policy is key to ensuring investor confidence in large-scale projects. And we know for these capture projects that are going after 45Q that having the investor is key. Next slide, please, Alex. So just very quickly, what you see here is we went through all of the responses and we kind of outlined in gold there or yellow the host sites. So what you don't see is you don't see any one specific host site, but you see general areas that host sites were discussed. And the last slide, please, Alex, for point source capture. On this one, what we did is we took again, the yellow sites are the same ones that you saw on the previous slide. And this was from the RFI responses. The white sites, if you are familiar, that there was the report that was put out about the potential carbon and hydrogen hubs that came out of, I'm sorry, I can't even read my slide, out of GPI's, their reports. You can see that there's some overlay between our storage, the sites that were proposed under our RFI, as well as for the hubs, the hydrogen hubs and carbon hubs that were discussed in that report. And with that, Alex, I think that's all we have on point source.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Much appreciated for taking your time to join us and present point source carbon capture RFI responses. Next up, we'll have John Latinsky to discuss, Director for Carbon Transport and Storage at the Office of Fossil Energy, to discuss validation of carbon storage resources for commercial development and pipeline infrastructure at the regional and national scale.
Thanks, Alex. So there's two areas that I'm going to be talking through, as Alex mentioned, storage as well as pipeline infrastructure.
And John,
so the RFI,
sorry to interrupt you, but could you put the slides in full screen mode, please?
Oh, thank you. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Minimize this. Okay. So yeah, we essentially had a significant response to both areas, about 144 responses between both areas. And you can see the responses were from across the country. So a fairly diverse group of industry and others that responded to both areas. 88 responses specifically in the carbon storage area, 56 in the technical area 3, but you can see primarily from industry, but academia, state government, national labs, some advocacy organizations as well, and then just classified as others, just to give you a sense of the different types of stakeholders that were interested in both of these areas. So just some major themes, as Lynn mentioned, for capture. We did the same for storage and transport, but these are specifically for storage. Looked at a diversity of responses, both support and comments on saline storage, unconventional storage and unconventional reservoirs, enhanced oil recovery, and then recommendations on how we could structure our funding opportunity announcements. Specifically, there was 27 point source to think projects identified in the responses, anywhere between the upper Midwest, Appalachia, Rocky Mountains, and California. There was 21 possible hubs, where a hub would be defined as somebody bringing in CO2 from multiple sources to one storage facilities. And there were some expansion opportunities for some of the point source to think projects as well. And then 13 projects either submitted their Class 6 applications already. That's not the breadth of everyone out there, but it does give you a sense that there's some movement. The respondents did say that Class 6 needs some streamlining for faster, more efficient permitting. Public education and community engagement needs to be integrated, come to the forefront of the CO2 storage. And then carbon mineralization described by respondents either in situ or ex situ. As we mentioned before, that's definitely of interest of DOE. So to give you a sense of the different regions of the country and what the type of information we received by region, Gulf Coast obviously has some of the most significant infrastructure for CO2 pipeline transport because of the EOR industry. Potential hub expansion in the Gulf Coast, and then 6 projects were described with greater than 110 million metric tons a year of storage that are being planned. And then obviously Texas and Louisiana have applied for Class 6 primacy. The West Coast, 5 projects were highlighted with 10 million tons of CO2. Interesting that they highlighted barge transport. 2 Class 6 permits have been submitted. Basalt storage, especially up in the upper Northwest, are of interest. The Plains and Rocky region, 3 hubs were identified. There's already existing CO2 and EOR pipelines, significant storage resources. Identified 5 specific projects with same storage at about 18 million tons a year to be stored. In the Midwest, again, there's opportunities to reuse some of the summer gas pipeline and infrastructure. There's 3 Class 6 permits been submitted. West Virginia's applied for primacy. There's opportunities for stacked storage and as well as offshore storage in the Atlantic coast. And then finally, Alaska, there were some responses, a little bit more of nascent opportunities up there, but there are opportunities both North Slope, Yanina, and Cook Basin's inlets, or Cook Inlet Basin, excuse me. They still need some, development of not well quantified saline and coal storage resources, but there is potential opportunities for in situ, ex situ mineralization. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it does give you a sense of the number of responses that talked about hubs and point source sinks. Doesn't necessarily match the numbers before because some people talked about the same projects, but you can see that people are planning storage facilities throughout the United States, either as potential hubs, point source sink, or just the need for additional regional characterization. So on the pipelines, I don't have anything more than these high-level summaries. We did have a number of projects that were identified and planning to repurpose pipelines. There's several projects, 3 projects considered in the Gulf of Mexico for expansion of CO2 transport. There was a theme that the existing rights-of-ways could definitely be leveraged to use for CO2 transport, say existing right-of-ways for natural gas or other rights-of-ways. Cost varied significantly on some of the pipeline information that we received. Obviously, that does differ between region and geography. And then majority responses contained kind of some general overall non-specific recommendations, ideas on how this is going to help with job creation, and then emphasis on engagement with the entities within the community and the boundaries where these pipelines might be passing. And then another highlight, it was clear that the regulatory requirements vary by state, affected by surrounding areas. Again, there's really this need for community engagement and local jurisdiction engagement as well. And that's all I had. Thanks, Alex.
Great, thank you, John. Very much appreciate you taking the time to present that. Next, we have Dan Hanshu, Senior Program Manager at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, to discuss direct air capture technologies and regional deployment opportunities.
Okay, Alex, thank you. Let me share my screen. Just 1 second here. Hopefully you can see my screen, right?
We can see your screen, just need to put it in full screen mode, and there it is. Thank you.
Which I just did. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will go over the same type of information as Lynn and John did, but this time for direct air capture. So 79 responded, so very healthy response for this area. Dominated by industry, academia, national labs, advocacy groups, kind of in the same lower numbers, and then state government and agencies. In terms of major ideas for this technical area 4, which is again covered direct air capture. In terms of locations, most of the respondents recommended hub located in Gulf Coast and Pacific Coast regions, but close to CO2 storage reservoirs you can expect. Also source for zero carbon energy sources, nuclear, wind, or solar. Existing infrastructure for pipelines or transportations or availability for carbon utilization technologies. And also importantly, very important in terms of heat source availability to regenerate the direct air capture material. In terms of technology readiness, very broad. Most mature technologies, TRL 6 to 9, primarily dominated by solvents and solid sorbent-based technologies. Also, less mature technologies, TRL 1 and 3, these dominated by membranes and electrochemical approaches. In terms of the cost, very wide range. And also the scale, the current scale of the technology was as indicated by the respondent. Also, we ask about what are the strategies to put together a DAC hub, right? And there were a number of elements or different approaches here. On one approach, people develop a large DAC system which has access to infrastructure, CO2 pipeline storage, and low carbon energy, which then will be an anchor technology for the hub. And then that hub will then add more technology at lower TRL DAC technology to join in the future and build up the capacity. Another approach which was proposed is to design hubs using the most mature and lowest cost DAC technology to achieve the largest scale deployment. Another approach was using multiple technologies at each hub over a wide range of TRLs, which will speed the hub development and also promote technology maturation. Other areas in terms of partnership and business models. So the respondents strongly encourage a market-based approach to create competition and innovation. So government, as a recommendation, it was that government should help support R&D through incentives enabling DAC development. Permitting and regulatory, the same thing we've seen in the point source, we see it here in the director capture. Limited availability of the state primacy and or the classics well permitting, lack of resources and lack of experience with permitting authorities will slow down the permitting process, which overall will create could create a bottleneck for the overall execution of the program. Recommendation for DOE was to work with EPA to kind of streamline the process of permitting Class 6 permits. In terms of community engagement, benefits, and impact, I think the respondent recognized that the DAC facilities will result in both direct and indirect employment, both construction jobs and ongoing operation, which will help the local community. Now, in terms of, again, this is a map highlighting where most of the respondents recommended these hub facilities. Primary factors, as I mentioned, is where could you find zero carbon energy? Where could we find CO2 storage pipelines and also existing infrastructure for transportation and storage itself? Other recommended potential areas in Four Corners or Permian Basin, and very few in the Midwest and on the East Coast. Moving on to area of interest 5 or technical area 5. So this was regarding the director capture prizes. So here 35 respondents, also industry dominated with academia, national labs, and advocacy organization in lower numbers. Here are the kind of major ideas from the responses we got. Prizes are helpful for advancing direct technologies, but these lump sums cannot be used to overcome the negative market forces. Also, recommendations were to have this continuous payment over time will be a better mechanism for commercialization. The other recommendation was to extend the 45Q tax credit for director capture. Comments around cost, and most of the DAC costs which were discussed far exceeded 100 times goal. But many respondents mentioned that they are optimistic through this influx in funding and development of technology that they could reach less than $100 a ton by 2050. Also interesting, that's a recommendation for us that DOE should release a cost and performance baseline report for director capture, similar to the way we have it for point source for coal and natural gas application. The idea there is to establish a basis for future research to compare and inform future design decisions. And finally, follow-up project selections would focus on a technology diversity for director capture. So, Alex, this is what I had for technical area 4 and 5. I give it back to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dan. Really appreciate you taking the time. And last but not least, and the award winner for the most patient presenter today, as I think she's been on pretty much the whole time. We have Amishi Kumar Claros, who is the Carbon Utilization Program Manager at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, to discuss RFI results for carbon utilization procurement grants. So with that, Amishi, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Alex. Can you hear me?
Can hear you and see your presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And yes, I stayed on because this was very engaging and the chat was great. And I realized I am the last person, so that little red leave button probably looks really good, but I promise the next 5 minutes will be fantastic, and I'll try to squeeze in as much information as possible for you all. But hopefully I'll be able to work the slides first. Let's see. There you go. All right, we're going to just start with a little bit of background on what the Carbon Utilization Procurement Grant Program actually is, because it's a little bit different and it will help with some context for the RFI results. Pretty much this language, section 40302, directed the secretary to establish a program for eligible entities. Eligible entities is that first keyword, that's why we bolded it. And Congress gave us some intention on who the eligible entities were: states, units of local government, or public utility. And these eligible entities, skip some jargon, can apply to receive a grant. That grant is to procure and use commercial or industrial products that are, and here are the two qualifiers, that use or are derived from anthropogenic carbon oxide. So this is a bit of a deviation. It's not just carbon dioxide. It can also include anthropogenic carbon oxide emissions. And the second qualifier here is demonstrate significant net reductions in life cycle greenhouse gas emissions compared to incumbent technologies, processes, and products. I think Dr. Wilcox and others have already emphasized this concept of life cycle analysis. It's a core tenet actually in the carbon conversion program and in the broader industry as a whole. And for our life cycle analysis, what we and the broader industry aims to do is create transparent and consistent methodology. So if we're going to take this a second qualifier, what we're trying to do is, create a methodology in which you take the carbon intensity of your inputs, of your process, and then your final products, and you can get a life cycle analysis of your incumbent technology, or say your fossil derived product. This could be like ethylene or concrete. And then you want to be able to apply that exact same methodology in the same transparent and consistent manner for your CO2 based or your carbon oxide based products. You have the carbon intensity of your new feedstock, of your new fancy process, and then your new products. And ideally what this is saying is when you have your two LCA values, your LCA for your carbon oxide based product will be lower. So you want it to have less of a carbon intensity. A little bit more about the appropriations. I know people care about show me the money. This isn't quite as much as the hub amounts, but it is a good amount of money. We're looking at over 300 million appropriated, so given to us over 5 years. I just wanted to draw your attention to the arrow on the bottom. That's just a very tentative timeline of how the program is developing. And the things that I really want to draw your attention to are the series of 2 outreaches that we're hoping to do next. One is this manufacturer outreach, right? We have, via the R&D program, invested in the space of manufacturers and technology development. That's something that we're a little bit more comfortable with, and we have a lot of stakeholder engagement already in. So manufacturing outreach will be a series of virtual workshops in which we talk to, the carbon tech developers, people that are looking at catalytic conversion of CO2, making fuels, chemicals, based up, meetings based around product categories. The next set of outreach, this regional outreach, is something that I really am hoping to get some help with from the people actually on this call. The regional outreach is really targeting those consumers, those eligible entities, the ones that will receive the grant money to buy the CO2-based product. And we're hoping to do those alongside or in various parts of the country to really get to the people that we need to talk to and facilitate those discussions. So real quick about the RFI area, this was area number 6. We had 52 respondents, which was great. A lot of industry, so it mirrored a very similar pattern of what you've seen previously in the respondents. Industry was about 34, a little bit of academia, 1, some input from national labs. Sadly, only 1 state government or agency actually responded, but we did see some outreach from other agencies such as advocacy organization and nonprofits. So that was a pretty good turnout and does reflect a lot of the stakeholders that we usually engage with. That being said, I think additional stakeholders and facilitating those conversations are important. I think Catherine really hit that home well. The RFI key points, I'm not going to read all of these, obviously, but I wanted to make sure that they were available for reference. There are 4 key ideas and pulled out, and these are some points from them. As if we go to the first one, current market the funding and business market considerations were one of the first topics that people discussed. The current market isn't as attractive as we would hope for carbon tech. The technology push needs to be developed more, the technology push to bring down the costs. So for technologies that utilize CO2, there's often a higher cost premium associated with the product, whether it's in the form of electrical cost for electricity, cost for hydrogen, cost for building out, your first of a kind technology. And that gives you a premium when you compare it to your business as usual or your fossil derived material. So that technology push needs to improve, as well as the market pull to create a more certain environment. 45Q, I think Lynn also pointed out in her respondents, the uncertainty around 45Q does create a lot of tension in this space. While it is an incentive, how it's currently written makes it a tough incentive for people to actually act upon. The second point of engagement was mirrored a lot of what others had said, but engagement was key. Engagement from the federal level all the way down to consumers was suggested. Many suggested approaching at the state level would be appropriate, but also engaging with the commercially motivated stakeholders. So the industries, the manufacturers, the people that would be building out the CO2 or carbon oxide-based products. An area that was perhaps a touch different was our products code standards and certifications. We've already emphasized the need for LCA, and we've known this from our industry. Respondents just doubled down on this fact. They emphasized the need for a standard practice to measure, quantify, and report the carbon footprint of their technology, as well as verification. And another aspect of this was also product codes was also mentioned. Given the different classes of products you can make, having a sufficient product codes or perhaps a certification would encourage consumers to purchase such certified products as well. This would promote commercialization. Finally, there's a lot of points made regarding technology. Respondents referenced a variety of conversion pathways and products and across a lot of TRL levels. Many of the TRL levels or technology readiness levels were a bit lower. They also, in the technology areas, expressed the need for standards and certifications, as well as ways to keep that technology going, like funding, incentives, more policy, all that to support scale up and commercialization, which many are hoping to hit by the mid-2030s, which I will also be fighting for. Respondents also claimed that CO2 conversion would reduce emissions, but the details were scant. Some cited some reports that indicated the market would grow, but there weren't more details explicitly quantifying the market scale or emissions reduction potential of individual technologies or products. And finally, economic support for underserved communities was often described in terms of job creation, from construction to product manufacturing or product manufacturing for these technologies. I'm going the wrong way. Finally, this is the slide that I want to linger on just a little bit longer. The program leads are myself and Joe, who works at NETL, a wonderful technology manager. Our outreach lead is Aaron Fuller. Our analysis team lead is Greg, and they're a wonderful group of people to work with. And the group is much bigger than just, the four listed here. We are engaging with others across DOE and BETO, and hopefully in other federal agencies as well. So this is just a fraction of the people that are working to make this program get off the ground. I just wanted to end with a couple of questions that we really hope to engage with or engage you all on when we go do our regional outreach. Probably the first and foremost is we want to understand the value of procurement assistance. And this is more in an altruistic perspective, right? We understand that procurement assistance could help facilitate, a one-off success of purchasing, say, a CO2-based concrete in one build. Rather, we're trying to understand how procurement assistance can create a self-sustaining industry, something that will help the broader carbon tech industry take off and commercialize. Also, we're trying to cultivate a more inclusive participation, especially from our targeted entities, whether they're utilities or local governments, and especially targeting the J40 communities. We realize that our RFIs have received really healthy responses, but we want to expand the tent in who we hear from. So especially in those regional outreach meetings, if you guys have suggestions for particular people, like you should hit this person up, I would love those suggestions. All right, well, I think I'm at time, and thank you all for listening, and hopefully that 10 minutes was worth it.
Thank you, Amishi. That 10 minutes was definitely worth it. And I think you sent us out on a high. So thank you so much for that. And thank you to everyone who attended today. We still have over 200 attendees here. We started out with a good 350. So just awesome to see so many people engaged and interested in this topic. Just to reiterate, we will be sharing the recording as well as the presentations on our event page. Just please give us a few days to do that. Best case scenario, we'll get everything out tomorrow. If not, it should be up on Monday. We hope that everyone is able to join us in one or all of our in-person workshops coming up. Next week is the first one in Columbus. The following week will be in New Orleans, and then we will end in Salt Lake City. Registration pages are up on USCA's event page as well. So if you have not already, please register as soon as it as convenient. And with that, thank you all. Thank you to all of our presenters. My God, just such an amazing amount of information that was shared today. Just really appreciate the great work that everyone is doing. And with that, I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. It's 70 degrees here in Seattle, which might be the first time this year. So I'm excited for that. So have a good week, everyone, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.